we have planned to have a presentation on national payments. We have planned to have a presentation on supervision, SCF and SBRF, treasury bills and bonds and currency, subject to the guidance of the governor when he eventually arrives. So those are the presentations we'll be having today. But most importantly, after the presentations, we'll have the question and answer session, whereby the people of Tororo will be given an opportunity to ask the questions or make comments, and the Bank of Uganda, led by the governor, will ably respond to the questions or comments. So there is that a very important moment for you, the audience. If you have any question, there could be general questions that you could that have been lingering in your mind for some time. Please put them on a piece of paper in the due course of this town hall meeting, and we'll have the questions answered. We'll have limited opportunities for people to ask their questions verbatim. When that time comes, the governor will select a number of people based on the hands that will have been put up, and those people will ask the questions, and then the same questions will be answered. But just to alert you that when it comes to that moment of Q&A, kindly endeavor to keep your question short, because every time we ask double barrel questions, then we kill an opportunity for another person to actually ask a question. So just prepare your questions, if you have them now or in the due course of the presentations or even after, but make sure that it is strictly one most important question that you want the governor to respond to, so that we give opportunities to the rest of our colleagues who are here with us today. So just wanted to emphasize that when it comes to the Q&A, strictly one question per person. And after the Q&A, we'll have the resident district commissioner, Tororo district, move a vote of thanks. So when that moment comes, he'll be the one to crown it all with a vote of thanks, and we'll end with a closing prayer, anthems, group photo, and then we'll have lunch. So that is the program that we are going to follow today. So in the meantime, I want to appeal to the people seated at the very, very back to come a little bit in front, so that we don't leave the spaces empty as we prepare to start. As soon as we realize quorum, we'll be able to start. I'm told the Tororo district leaders normally quite busy, and some of them could have stepped in the offices first, but we're expecting them to join us anytime from now. Thank you so much for coming once again, and we'll be able to start as soon as we have quorum. Thank you.
At Magoro Health Center, Bank of Uganda has constructed a new outpatient department, and we have renovated the maternity and old outpatients blocks, as you have seen. Alongside these infrastructure improvements, we have also donated essential medical equipment and supplies to enhance the quality of the health care delivered to mothers, children, and families here.
Given that many girls are giving birth when they're young, given the prevalence of malaria and other infections, sometimes we do get mothers delivering premature babies. And when they deliver premature babies, the only place we have been managing is Kataki Hospital, which also has only one bed for premature babies. And many times in a week, we can get 3 to 4 children who are prematures, which means that we are forced to take these children to Soroti, which Soroti also has its own challenges. And for many times, we have lost these children, even just during transportation alone. Again, that equipment is available in Magoro.
Tororo, as we hand over this facility, our hope is to ensure that it will enhance the quality of the life of the people of Katake district and further reduce maternal and child mortality and inspire other institutions to join hands in improving the healthcare across Ugandans. So the Bank of Uganda recognizes that access to quality health is not just a basic need, but it is a cornerstone for sustainable development.
It is our joy today that the people of Magoro, Katakwi district, is receiving this facility that's going to improve on the health status of the citizens.
The Bible says in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 33, verse 6, that you can only enjoy abundant security and peace if you are healthy.
The facility we are receiving today, it's not just a building. It represents hope, represents care, and a better future for everyone. And I highlighted how best this facility is going to impact this community. In the first place, it is going to increase service delivery to our catchment population. We have over 30,000 people. That's our catchment population for Chigorobia, and it is dynamic. It keeps on increasing over and over. So the facility we're having today is going to improve service delivery to those people.
Here in Kigorobia, the Bank of Uganda's commitment to maternal, infant, and child health is evident. Through the partnership with the Ministry of Health, local leaders, and dedicated staff, we have refurbished the Kigorobia Health Center 4. This facility is now equipped with upgraded infrastructure, modern medical equipment, and essential utilities, including solar power and clean water. This is just not a building, it is a lifeline poised to deliver life-saving services to mothers, children, and the families in Hoima.
As we hand over Chigorobia Health Center 4, we are also handing over a promise of better health, brighter future, a stronger community. Let us use this moment to build a Uganda where no mother loses her life giving birth, where every child has a chance to thrive, and where families live with dignity and hope. It is so rewarding when you see a product of your womb.
The support that you are giving us, it is life. Here, not many mothers are going to be referred to Hoima. And what does that mean? It means that also in Hoima, it will give opportunity other people the other side to be served. Not only that, the transportation cost, the inconvenience, the delays will be eliminated. And what does that mean? The outcome of the lives of the people that come here to get the services will be better. And that is a direct linkage between this infrastructure you have seen and the equipment that you put in there and the outcome of the people that otherwise would lose.
At Magoro Health Center, Bank of Uganda has constructed a new outpatient department, and we have renovated the maternity and old outpatients blocks, as you have seen. Alongside these infrastructure improvements, we have also donated essential medical equipment and supplies to enhance the quality of the health care delivered to mothers, children, and families here.
Given that many girls are giving birth when they're young, given the prevalence of malaria and other infections, sometimes we do get mothers delivering premature babies. And when they deliver premature babies, the only place we have been managing is Katakwi Hospital, which also has only one bed for premature babies. And many times in a week, we can get 3 to 4 children who are prematures, which means that we are forced to take these children to Soroti, which Soroti also has its own challenges. And for many times, we have lost these children, even just during transportation alone. Again, that equipment is available in Magoro.
Tororo, as we hand over this facility, our hope is to ensure that it will enhance the quality of the life of the people of Katake district and further reduce maternal and child mortality, and inspire other institutions to join hands in improving the healthcare across Ugandans. So the Bank of Uganda recognizes that access to quality health is not just a basic need, but it is a cornerstone for sustainable development.
It is our joy today that the people of Magoro, Katakwi district, is receiving this facility that's going to improve on the health status of the citizens.
The Bible says in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 33, verse 6. The Bible says in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 33, verse 6, that you can only enjoy abundant security and peace if you are healthy.
The facility we are receiving today, it's not just a building. It represents hope, represents care, and a better future for everyone. And I highlighted how best this facility is going to impact this community. In the first place, it is going to increase service delivery to our catchment population. We have over 30,000 people. That's our catchment population for Chigorovia, and it is dynamic. It keeps on increasing over and over. So the facility we're having today is going to improve service delivery to those people.
Here in Kigorobia, the Bank of Uganda's commitment to maternal, infant, and child health is evident. Through the partnership with the Ministry of Health, local leaders, and dedicated staff, we have refurbished the Kigorobia Health Center 4. This facility is now equipped with upgraded infrastructure, modern medical equipment, and essential utilities, including solar power and clean water. This is just not a building, it is a lifeline poised to deliver life-saving services to mothers, children, and the families in Hoima.
As we hand over Kigorobia Health Center 4, we are also handing over a promise of better health, brighter future, a stronger community. Let us use this moment to build a Uganda where no mother loses her life giving birth, where every child has a chance to thrive, and where families live with dignity and hope. It is so rewarding when you see a product of your womb.
The support that you are giving us, it is life. Here, not many mothers are going to be referred to Hoima. And what does that mean? It means that also in Hoima, it will give opportunity other people the other side to be served. Not only that, the transportation cost, the inconvenience, the delays will be eliminated. And what does that mean? The outcome of the lives of the people that come here to get the services will be better. And that is a direct linkage between this infrastructure you have seen and the equipment that you put in there and the outcome of the people that otherwise would lose.
Thank you for that question. I think communication is one of the strategic tools that are used by organizations to achieve their overall missions and visions that they have in place. Now, communication informs, it also influences the attitudes, the behaviors, and it builds relationships in a manner that enhances things like transparency, integrity, teamwork, and excellence. Particularly coming to the Bank of Uganda communications strategy and look at it from the monetary policy perspective. It is a very, very important monetary policy tool, and when effectively used, it informs and also gives forward guidance to all the key economic agents in the economy about the central bank mandate, and also seeks a feedback from the public on how this can be improved going forward. So communication therefore plays a very big role in as far as central banks disseminating its mandate, seeking a feedback from the public in the context of promoting transparency and accountability. I think that communication strategy is trying to align itself to the strategic plan 2022 to 2027. So what it basically does, it does provide a comprehensive framework in which the bank will communicate its mandates, its policies, and its guidelines to all its stakeholders, both internal and external, particularly regarding the mandate, the mission, the vision of the central bank. So because of that, the strategy is focusing on a number of things. First of all, it defines or it talks about the value proposition of the bank, which tries to mention how the bank is delivering it is output to the various stakeholders, and then based on that, it also tries to identify some of the strategic objectives which are necessary for delivering this. But it tries to identify what are the enablers, all right? Things like what strength that the bank have, what opportunities does the bank have in enabling it deliver this communication strategy. But also it does recognize the fact that there are challenges, and those challenges are related to the weaknesses and to the gaps that the bank might face in delivering this, and therefore try to work out the way forward. Now, based on that, it therefore tries to identify some of the areas, strategic areas, that need to be addressed in delivering this. But the most important thing that the bank now needs to do is, in identifying the strategic objectives, you need first of all to identify what will go to building the base, the foundation for the good implementation of the strategy. So it has identified two key strategic objectives that are necessary for building this foundation. One is enhancing the knowledge and the skills of staff in communication. And then secondly, promoting the use of digital tools in communications. We are living in a dynamic, radically uncertain world where things are evolving by the day. So if your staff are not well resourced in terms of skills, in terms of
Good
knowledge.
morning, everyone. You're once again welcome to this town hall meeting organized by the Bank of Uganda. And we are happy to be in Tororo. I want to recognize the presence of Barbara Among Arinda, the Executive Director, Credit Reference Bureau Association of Uganda. Barbara, you are most welcome. We also want to recognize the presence of the Tororo District Vice Chairperson, who is also here in her capacity of the LC5 Chairperson Representative, and that's none other than Honorable Akum Rebecca. Honorable, you are most welcome. We want to recognize the supervised financial institutions that operate within the Greater Tororo area and who are already here with us. I want to kindly ask one by one to stand up. Centenary Bank, I'm reading them in no particular order, but also by way of doing roll call. So if they're not here, we might ask them to show cause why they're not here. So Centenary Bank absent without apology, but on there we may be. Stanbic Bank, thank you for coming, Stanbic Bank. DFCU, present. Okay, thank you so much, DFCU, for coming. Housing Finance Bank, not yet here. Okay, we just have to remind the SFIs to make sure that they're here today, because governor might ask them to show cause if they don't attend. So SFIs, I'll continue with the roll call later, but the ones that are present will welcome you. Bank of Uganda team is fully constituted, except that it's missing one person, the governor. And I want to recognize the person who represented the governor yesterday, and I was telling him this morning that until the substantive governor comes, for now I'll continue referring to him as governor's representative. Huntington Waswa, thank you so much for coming, and you did a good job when we were interacting with the general public yesterday. We appreciate. Hajara Kasole Mawanda, thank you so much for coming once again, and she heads agricultural credit facility and other credit schemes such as the Small Business Recovery Fund. So in case you need to know more about the agricultural credit facility and the Small Business Recovery Fund, just stay awake during the entire town hall meeting, because she's going to make a presentation on that, and also you'll have an opportunity to ask questions when we come to the Q&A session. Make Awom, who heads the non-bank financial institutions department in the Bank of Uganda, thank you so much. That man takes charge of all the non-bank financial institutions. But I want to recognize a special category, the big circles, which is the latest, I would say, kid on the block, but the latest group of institutions to be regulated. And it will also be telling you more about the others as we move along, but also being at the border, I know many of us have been involved in exchanging money, so he also oversees Forex bureaus. So you'll get to know more about that when that time comes. But I must mention that Huntington Waswa oversees the commercial banking department. So for all the commercial banks that are here present, this is the man who ensures that you comply with the Financial Institutions Act as amended. So the second row on my right, we have Ivan Setimba. Ivan Setimba representing Director Financial Markets Department. And if you want to know more about the Treasury bills and bonds, Ivan Setimba is here to do exactly that. He will be making a presentation in the due course of the Townhall meeting. Ivan, you are most welcome. Let me recognize the presence of the Director Communications and Public Relations Department at Bank of Uganda, Kenneth Egesa. Kenneth, thank you so much for coming. But in addition to him coming, he's actually the organizer of this Townhall meeting, of course, through his team. So I want to thank you, Kenneth, for putting this together. Anthony is also here with us, Wasagala, representing Director Currency. So in case you want to know more information concerning your currency, the small denominations, he will tell you that while you thought that the smallest coin was 50 shillings, that actually we have a 1 shilling coin. And you'll have an opportunity to make a presentation in the due course of this Townhall meeting. Dorothy Namarome is here to give technical support to Hajara, just to make sure that no stone is left unturned concerning SCF and the Small Business Recovery Fund. I want to recognize the presence of the Managing Director, Bank of Baroda, who is none other than Mr. Shashi Da. Shashi, you're most welcome to this Townhall meeting, and I'm sure the entire Bank of Baroda fraternity is well represented here. Thank you so much for coming. So our program, which is just before you on the tables, we'll start with anthems and prayers, and the bank secretary is going to be giving remarks, and then the district leadership, I already see the representative of the chairperson LC5 already here. They will be giving us remarks when that time comes. And then we'll hear from the governor and then go into presentations. I had initially mentioned that the presentations are going to be twofold. We have presentations that are going to be made by sister agencies, such as the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Mr. Obura is here with us and seated strategically close to Mr. Solomon Okecho. Mr. Solomon Okecho, for a long time, associated himself with the Bank of Uganda as Executive Director Administration Emeritus, and also he was on the board of DPF. So you're most welcome, Solomon, and we are happy to find you in Tororo. I just want to announce before I even go ahead that we have places of convenience. If you want to go and make that very important call, you can take the back exit or the rear exit. So the first set of the place of convenience is for the ladies, then you move around and then find the ones for the gents. Alternatively, you can exit via the main exit, go at the back of the building. The first ones you come across will be for gents, and then you move around and find the ones for ladies. So in case you want to go to the, you want to know where they are, just at the back of this building. I want to recognize the presence of Right Honorable Jack Adrian Owor, who is the first Deputy Prime Minister of Tieng Adola Cultural Institution. Sir, you are most welcome, and culture is deeply embedded in whatever we do, so we are happy to have you. I also want to recognize Honorable Orono Kenneth, the Mayor, Tororo Municipal Council. Mayor, sir, you are most welcome. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation. This morning we are privileged to have been joined Prince Wilbrod Owol, the Executive Director, Uganda Bankers Association. We are not simply welcoming Wilbrod, but he's also welcoming us to Tororo because he's a stakeholder here. So we want to welcome you, but also we thank you, Wilbrod, for welcoming us to Tororo. And thank you so much for the good job you're doing at the Uganda Bankers Association. During your tenure, everyone knows about the Uganda Bankers Association. So we thank you. And thank you for honoring Bank of Uganda's invitation. On the religious side, we've been joined by Father Timothy Mayamba Masata, who is the parish priest and dean, Sacred Heart Parish, Tororo Town. Reverend Father, you are most welcome. And recognize the other religious leaders as we move along with the program. We want to recognize the team from Tororo District Local Government, the honorable councillors, the technical team. If you're here, we kindly request you to stand up. Anyone who associates with Tororo District Local Government, please kindly stand up for recognition. Oh, thank you so much for coming. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause. Thank you. It's a big team. Thank you for honoring the invitation. We also want to recognize the presence of the Tororo Municipal Council. Tororo Municipal Council team, kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Tororo Municipal Council, for coming. We pray that one day you become a city. Now that you're already a municipality, we pray that one day you become a city. So, ladies and gentlemen, back to the program. I just wanted to emphasize that in case you have any question, any comment that you want to make during this town hall meeting, you have two options. One, you will have to write the question on a piece of paper, and the Bank of Uganda team you see moving around, donned in white t-shirts, will pick that paper from you, and they will hand it over to the governor so that it can be read and, of course, answered. That is one option for you to give us feedback. The second option will be for you to put up your hand during the Q&A, and should the governor see your hand, then he'll select you, and you'll have an opportunity to ask your question verbatim. When that time comes, we kindly request you to kindly keep your question short and to the point. And we also encourage that you ask only one question. Sometimes we end up asking 2, 3, but just know that every time you go beyond one question, you are taking away a chance of another person asking the question. So to make sure that we hear from as many of you as possible, we kindly request that when it comes to the Q&A, just write that most important question and raise it or ask it when you get the microphone so that the MC doesn't need to remind you that you're going beyond your time. And then Bank of Uganda will be able to answer the question as asked. So that's why we're here. It's a dialogue. We want to hear from you. There will be that opportunity to show a deal, but let's maximize that opportunity and use it well so that all of us ultimately benefit from this town hall meeting. It is tricky to ask big people to put their phones in silence. I'm even fearing to do that, but because we are in a town hall meeting, and not just a simple town hall meeting, but a high-level town hall meeting, I will kindly request that you can put your phone in vibration or silence, so that once you hear someone ring you, you can gently walk out and receive your call from outside without necessarily interfering with the town hall meeting. So that's a polite request, not a directive, that kindly keep your phones in vibration or silent mode. So once you hear someone ring you, you can gently move out and take your call, and once you're done, you can come back and proceed with the town hall meeting. Otherwise, it will be disorganizing to hear a loud ringtone, on the sideline of the town hall meeting. The rest of the program is just before you, just in case you want to know how we're going to flow today. Now, beyond the presentations that we're going to have, we have these commercial banks present in this house, but they have also set up exhibition stalls, the tents outside. So in case you want to know more about their products and services, you can visit them after the town hall meeting. Bank of Uganda has also set up an exhibition tent outside there. You can visit it after the town hall meeting and be able to pick yourself information materials that you can take home for future reading and reference. But just to emphasize that the different pieces of information Bank of Uganda is going to give you today are: one, a brochure on agricultural credit facility, a brochure on small business recovery fund, a brochure on treasury bills. We have prepared for you a brochure on treasury bonds. We have a brochure on the mandate of the Bank of Uganda. We have information on how you can handle your money with care. I know Anthony will be making a clarion call to all of us later today that please let us handle that money with care, because every time we handle it with grease, we just cruise it and fold it, its lifespan is compromised, and that leads to increased cost of making the notes available to you. So you can pick that information as well from the tent, but that will be after the town hall meeting, because the Bank of Uganda team at the moment is here to serve you, but then later, once we finish, we will be able to pick that information. I will also have lunch at the end of the town hall meeting. The team will advise you where exactly you can go and serve your lunch. So we have different serving points being arranged for you. So you'll be advised when that time comes. But just to emphasize that one of the major reasons why we're here is just in line with our mission, which is to promote price stability and a sound financial system in support of socio-economic transformation in Uganda. So Bank of Uganda is here just to make sure that the people of Tororo are part of the socio-economic transformation agenda. And we'll be getting to know more about that when eventually we get into the presentations and the speeches. But we also emphasize that at the Bank of Uganda, continue to aspire to be a center of excellence in upholding macroeconomic stability, not only in Uganda, but also in the region and beyond. So that's what we aim at. Let me take the pleasure of recognizing Honorable John O'Care, the District Chairperson, Tororo District. Mr. Chairman, LC5 sir, you are most welcome, and we are happy to see you here with us today. is interacting with his people. So ladies and gentlemen, that is pretty much it, and that is our program. So any moment from now, we'll be officially getting started with our program. And just to remind you, because I may not announce again, that once the governor steps in, we'll immediately stand up and sing the anthems. That I won't announce again. That the moment I tell you that the governor is here and he walks up to this point, we'll immediately stand up and officially start our program of the day. What I've been doing is what is called preliminaries. So as soon as that happens, we'll start. So thank you so much once again for coming. Thank you so much for honoring the Bank of Uganda invitations. And we look forward to a fruitful engagement with you today. Thank you. The DJ will give us an interlude and we should be able to start shortly. Thank you so much.
The Bible says in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 33, verse 6, that you can only enjoy abundant security and peace if you are healthy.
The facility we are receiving today, it's not just a building. It represents hope, represents care, and a better future for everyone. And I highlighted how best this facility is going to impact this community. In the first place, it is going to increase service delivery to our catchment population. We have over 30,000 people. That's our catchment population for Chigorowia, and it is dynamic. It keeps on increasing over and over. So the facility we're having today is going to improve service delivery to those people.
Here in Kigorobia, the Bank of Uganda's commitment to maternal, infant, and child health is evident. Through the partnership with the Ministry of Health, local leaders, and dedicated staff, we have refurbished the Kigorobia Health Center 4. This facility is now equipped with upgraded infrastructure, modern medical equipment, and essential utilities, including solar power and clean water. This is just not a building, it is a lifeline, poised to deliver life-saving services to mothers, children, and the families in Hoima.
As we hand over Chigorobia Health Center 4, we are also handing over a promise of better health, brighter future, a stronger community. Let us use this moment to build a Uganda where no mother loses her life giving birth, where every child has a chance to thrive, and where families live with dignity and hope. It is so rewarding when you see a product of your womb.
The support that you are giving us, it is life. Here, not many mothers are going to be referred to Hoima. And what does that mean? It means that also in Hoima, it will give opportunity other people the other side to be served. Not only that, the transportation cost, the inconvenience, the delays will be eliminated. And what does that mean? The outcome of the lives, the people that come here to get the services will be better. And that is a direct linkage between this infrastructure you have seen and the equipment that you put in there and the outcome of the people that otherwise would lose.
At Magoro Health Center, Bank of Uganda has constructed a new outpatient department, and we have renovated the maternity and old outpatients blocks, as you have seen. Alongside these infrastructure improvements, we have also donated essential medical equipment and supplies to enhance the quality of the health care delivered to mothers, children, and families here.
Given that many girls are giving birth when they're young, given the prevalence of malaria and other infections, sometimes we do get mothers delivering premature babies. And when they deliver premature babies, the only place we have been managing is Katakwi Hospital, which also has only one bed for premature babies. And many times in a week, we can get 3 to 4 children who are prematures, which means that we are forced to take these children to Soroti, which Soroti also has its own challenges. And for many times, we have lost these children, even just during transportation alone. Again, that equipment is available in Magoro.
Tororo, as we hand over this facility, our hope is to ensure that it will enhance the quality of the life of the people of Katake district and further reduce maternal and child mortality, and inspire other institutions to join hands in improving the healthcare across Ugandans. So the Bank of Uganda recognizes that access to quality health is not just a basic need, but it is a cornerstone for sustainable development.
It is our joy today that the people of Magoro, Katakwi district, is receiving this facility that's going to improve on the health status of the citizens.
Thank you for that question. I think communication is one of the strategic tools that are used by organizations to achieve their overall missions and visions that they have in place. Now, communication informs, it also influences the attitudes, the behaviors, and it builds relationships in a manner that enhances things like transparency, integrity, teamwork, and excellence. Particularly coming to the Bank of Uganda communications strategy and look at it from the monetary policy perspective. It is a very, very important monetary policy tool, and when effectively used, it informs and also gives forward guidance to all the key economic agents in the economy about the central bank mandate, and also seeks a feedback from the public on how this can be improved going forward. So communication therefore plays a very big role in as far as central banks disseminating its mandate, seeking a feedback from the public in the context of promoting transparency and accountability. I think that communication strategy is trying to align itself to the strategic plan 2022 to 2027. So what it basically does, it does provide a comprehensive framework in which the bank will communicate its mandates, its policies, and its guidelines to all its stakeholders, both internal and external, particularly regarding the mandate, the mission, the vision of the central bank. So because of that, the strategy is focusing on a number of things. First of all, it defines or it talks about the value proposition of the bank, which tries to mention how the bank is delivering its output to the various stakeholders. And then based on that, it also tries to identify some of the strategic objectives which are necessary for delivering this. But it tries to identify what are the enablers, all right? Things like what strength that the bank have, what opportunities does the bank have in enabling it deliver this communication strategy. But also it does recognize the fact that there are challenges, and those challenges are related to the weaknesses and to the gaps that the bank might face in delivering this, and therefore try to work out the way forward. Now, based on that, it therefore tries to identify some of the areas, strategic areas, that need to be addressed in delivering this. But the most important thing that the bank now needs to do is, in identifying the strategic objectives, you need first of all to identify what will go to building the base, the foundation for the good implementation of the strategy. So it has identified two key strategic objectives that are necessary for building this foundation. One is enhancing the knowledge and the skills of staff in communication. And then secondly, promoting the use of digital tools in communications. We are living in a dynamic, radically uncertain world where things are evolving by the day. So if your staff are not well resourced in terms of skills, in terms of knowledge, if you are not using tools that reach to the last mile in a fast way, and that is the digital skills, then we are faced with challenges. So therefore, to be effective in this fast-changing environment, we need to ensure that we have the skills and we have the tools. Right now, if you look at the way technology is invading the space, is invading it so fast, if you look at the changing demographics that are tech savvy, right, we need to revise our mode of communication delivery. So these are the building blocks for the overall strategy. Now, if you have those building blocks, then you can now talk about how do you enhance the corporate image or the corporate brand of the bank. So that becomes now a key strategic objective as well. But also beyond that, we identify enhanced stakeholder engagement as another key strategic objective. Because once you have the skills, you have the tools, then how do you use those skills and tools to enhance strategic engagement with the various stakeholders? But most importantly, also internal communication. Internal communication becomes very, very important as a strategic objective. Remember, in my introduction, I did say that communication should influence the attitudes, it should influence the behaviors, and therefore build relationships. So if we are going to ensure that we are speaking one voice, we are speaking one brand, we are speaking one bank, we need to improve on internal communication. So once you have a good corporate brand, you have enhanced stakeholder engagement, you have good internal communication, then all those are going to feed into the last and the overall strategic objective of enhancing the central bank's reputation. I think the bank has put in place a number of initiatives where the banks can support, where banks can support it. We have enhanced the Bank of Uganda intranet. We have also now introduced a Bank of Uganda magazine, which I would really call upon staff to contribute to and play a big role in that, because that's one of our key strategic objectives of enhancing internal communication and also promoting.
Good morning. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to to this town hall meeting organized by the Bank of Uganda. Like I told you, anytime from now we'll be officially starting our program, but I want to recognize the people who have just joined us. This morning we've been joined by our dear resident district commissioner of Tororo district, who is none other than Haji Bategana Sadiq. Haji, you're most welcome. And he has come with his deputy, who is none other than Mr. Amola, the deputy RDC. Thank you for coming. I also want to recognize members of Tororo Municipal Development Forum. Kindly stand up for recognition. Tororo Municipal Forum, thank you so much for coming and for honoring this invitation. We've also been joined by Chris Kabagambe, the Executive Director, ABC Capital Bank Limited. Chris, you are most welcome. I will observe the rest of the protocol as we move along, but for the second time, I want to recognize the presence of the chairperson, LC5 Tororo, Honorable John Okea. We're happy to see you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for gracing this function. We want to recognize the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, represented by Mr. Obura, Dr. Obura, who is a board member, together with Felix Nsimomwe, Mr., who is the manager, board affairs at DPF. We want to recognize the supervised financial institutions that are present with us here today. Equity Bank, is the manager around? Equity Bank? Equity Bank, not yet. Finance Trust Bank? Manager, okay, thank you so much, together with your colleague. Manager, Mr. Okonye Gabriel, thank you so much for coming. DFCO Bank, thank you so much for coming. Mr. Charles Wambi, the manager, together with the team. Trust Bank, DTB, yesterday they traveled all the way from Malawi to engage with the general public. Today they are not yet here. We also want to recognize, I think the rest will recognize them as we move along with the program. The protocol team will let me know who else has come so that I recognize them. But just to let you know, our program today is a half-day program, and we'll start with the official opening by singing of anthems and prayer. And I'm glad the person who is going to lead us in an opening prayer is already here with us. But for the anthems, I said as soon as the governor steps here, we'll all stand up and sing the anthems. We shouldn't forget that this is probably the very first function in Tororo district being officiated by Mike Atingi-Ego as Governor, Bank of Uganda. So we're happy that he has chosen Tororo to be among the districts where he's going to do his very first public engagement, stakeholder engagements as governor. From the Bank of Uganda side, we have a lineup of speeches, but there are not many. Majorly we'll hear from the bank secretary, Bank of Uganda, and then from the Tororo district leadership, we'll have a speech from the chairman, LC5. Like we did, we agreed the RDC being a presidential representative in the area, will be the one to close at the end of the function. We have lined up different presentations on different topical issues. Some within the ambits of the Bank of Uganda concerning the products and services that Bank of Uganda offers. But also too, we have lined up slots for our sister agencies, namely the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. They will have to give a small presentation during the town hall meeting so that you get to know what they do. And any other regulator who joins us today will have a moment to speak to us and tell us more about their mandate and how the public can actually benefit from what they do. From the Bank of Uganda side, we are going to have a presentation on currency. We're going to have a presentation on treasury bills and bonds. Those are government securities. We're going to have a presentation on monetary policy. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start and recognize the arrival of the Governor, Bank of Uganda, Mr. Mike Atingi-Ego. And we'll start with the anthems. Kindly stay standing for the anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let me take the pleasure of inviting Reverend Melchizedek to lead us in an opening prayer.
Just want us to humble ourselves and we join together in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forevermore. Amen. Father, King of glory, we come before you today with gratitude for this opportunity to gather as stakeholders, customers, and leaders in this workshop. We acknowledge that all wisdom and guidance come from you, Lord. And we ask for your presence to be with us throughout our discussions. Lord, we pray for effective leadership, grant wisdom, discernment, and integrity to all decision makers, so that they may lead with fairness and vision. Bless this gathering here. Bless Bank of Uganda and all who serve with Bank of Uganda, that they may work for the good of the people and the nation. We also seek transparency and accountability in all our dealings. May honesty and fairness guide every conversation, ensuring that trust and confidence remain the foundation of their financial systems. Father, we pray for cooperation and teamwork among all stakeholders. Help us to work together with respect, understanding, and a shared purpose. May this workshop be a platform for meaningful dialogue, problem solving, and progress that benefits all. We place this meeting into your hands, trusting that you lead us toward wisdom and toward success, O God.
Heavenly Father, we come before you with gratitude and humility, lifting up the leadership of the Bank of Uganda, especially Governor Michael Atingi-Ego and the entire new staff. Lord, you are the giver of wisdom, and we ask that you grant them godly leadership, grant them integrity and discernment as they execute their duties. We pray that Governor Atingi-Ego will lead with righteousness, that will lead with fairness, and will lead with dedication to the people of Uganda. May your Holy Spirit be his guide, directing his decisions, directing his actions in alignment with your will. Let his leadership be marked by truth. Let leadership be marked by justice. Let his leadership be marked with a heart for justice. Father, we plead the precious blood of your Son, Jesus Christ, over him and the entire Central Bank team. Cover them with your divine protection, shielding them from corruption, shielding them from confusion, and any forces that seek to derail their purpose. May they walk in unity, working together in oneness for the good of the nation. Grant them godly wisdom, grant them patience, grant them insight to navigate complex financial matters with excellence. May their efforts bring stability, bring progress and prosperity to Uganda. And may their service be a testimony of your grace and righteousness. We entrust them into your hands, O Lord, and declare your blessings. We declare your peace. We declare your favor upon their work. And Father, we magnify your name and thank you as we begin this workshop. Come and begin with us and end with us by the power of your Holy Spirit and to your own glory through Jesus Christ our Lord. The grace of Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forevermore. Amen. And the peace of God, which transcends human comprehension, keep your minds and guard your hearts, the knowledge of God, that you'll always be in position to know God and love his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. We know the blessings of God Almighty, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you, watch over you, remain with you now and forevermore.
You may take your seats. Let's clap for Reverend Melchizedek for a powerful prayer. Thank you, Reverend. We feel spiritually aligned. So our program, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we've been joined by the Governor, Bank of Uganda, and his maiden visit to Tororo, Governor. So welcoming Michael Atingi-Ego, the Governor, Bank of Uganda. Our program has already started with anthems and prayer. We are going to be having remarks from the Bank Secretary, Bank of Uganda, after which we'll hear from the Tororo district leadership. And Mr. Governor, this morning we've been joined by the resident district commissioner, who is none other than Haj Bategana Sadiq. We've also been joined by the chairman, LC5, Tororo district, and is none other than Honorable John Okea, seated on your left, chairman, LC5, Tororo district. Mr. Governor, sir, with us today is a board member from the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, who is none other than Dr. Andrew Obara. And he will be making a presentation shortly once we proceed with our town hall meeting. We've been joined by CEOs from the different commercial banks. We want to recognize the presence of Bank of Baroda CEO, together with ABC Capital Bank. The CEO is also here with us. Mr. Governor, we have the team, your very own team from the Bank of Uganda, and these are well known to you. I won't go into the protocol recognizing them because of time, but I'm sure these are faces that you're familiar with. But just to update you that yesterday they did a great job while interacting with the general public, and we had a fruitful engagement. Mr. Governor, we want to recognize Barbara Amonga Rinda, who is the Executive Director, Credit Reference Bureau Association of Uganda, seated over there. We've also been joined by the Catholic Church and Father Timothy Mayamba Masata, the parish priest and dean, Sacred Heart Parish. Tororo is already here with us, and he'll be giving us a closing prayer at the end of this town hall meeting. We have a team from Tororo district, majorly the honorable councillors, the technical team, and all the leaders, with the exception of the chairman, LC5, who has already been recognized. We also ask them to stand up for recognition. Tororo district local government fraternity, kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you for coming. Tororo Municipal Council fraternity, kindly stand up for recognition. Tororo Municipal Council, thank you so much for coming. We also want to recognize before you, Governor, the presence of the members of Tororo Municipal Development Forum. Tororo Municipal Development Forum, thank you. Mr. Governor, cultural institutions play a very important role in socio-economic transformation. This morning we've been joined by the Right Honorable Jack Adrian Awor, who is the first Deputy Prime Minister, Teng Adola Cultural Institution. I recognized the team from Tororo Municipal Council, but I want now to recognize in a special way the presence of the Mayor, who is Honorable Orono Kenneth, the Mayor, Tororo Municipal Council. Mr. Governor, this morning we've also been privileged to have been joined by the Executive Director of the Uganda Bankers Association, who is none other than Prince Wilbrod Awor. We are recognizing him, but also thanking him for warmly welcoming us to Tororo, because he comes from here. We will recognize the rest of the people present in the due course of the town hall meeting, but in the best interest of time, Mr. Governor, sir, please allow me invite the Bank Secretary, Bank of Uganda, to come and deliver Okay, just before the Bank Secretary, Bank of Uganda, comes to deliver the remarks, we'll begin by hearing from the district leadership. So let me take unique pleasure of inviting the chairman, LC5, Tororo District, Honorable John Okea, to come and officially welcome us to Tororo District. So Chairman, sir.
Mr. Governor, Bank of Uganda, sir, the RDC, Tororo, Your Worship, the Mayor, the Vice Chairperson of Tororo District Local Government, the honorable members of District Council, religious leaders, cultural leaders, and you, the staffs of Bank of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy in many, many ways. First, to host the Governor, Bank of Uganda, in Tororo district today. It has been a rare moment because I don't remember since I was born, even when I was still in school, having a governor, Bank of Uganda here in Tororo. And I think this should be a research. I will wait for the answers from you people of Tororo. But also, I come here to congratulate you for being appointed Governor, Bank of Uganda. We lost the governor, but it was a heavy task. And you all know that office was vacant for long because a search was being done, and God has done his work. And sir, today we have you. So I come here to thank you and congratulate you for having attained that office. Before you are many dignitaries. In my line of speeches, I was supposed to introduce to you our dignitaries, but the master of ceremony has ably done that. And I don't wish to go back to that, but just special recognition to some few dignitaries here. I want to recognize the former Executive Director, Administration, Bank of Uganda, Solomon Osewe. Sir, thank you for coming. You did a commendable job while you were with Bank of Uganda, and is my brother, blood brother. So you did not achieve us. You did good. You retired safely. And that earns us marks as people of Tororo. And then Prince Wilbrod, who is also my cousin, and your title is big, my brother, is the one heading all the banks. You know the banks have associations, and I don't know whether you are the president or governor of Bankers Association. But I know you as a very big man, and we thank you for coming, my brother, and we are proud of you. Now, the main reason why you are here, I think, is to sensitize us about your roles as Bank of Uganda and also your activities that contribute to the development of our country. And these are all rare moments because, again, I have never attended any sensitization done by Bank of Uganda anywhere, whether in Kampala or within Tororo here. You could have been doing it, but have not got that moment. But here today, you are, and we want to thank you for that. I know you do regulate our banking institutions. I know you control our currencies, and you do a lot on controlling inflation and many other functions that I cannot mention. But because of your role, I would like to highlight few gaps that we have as people of Tororo. One, there are banks that you have licensed legally, but to me, because of their work and their method of work, I have always called them fake banks here in Tororo. They are indeed fake. And there are banks like Bayport. You people of Tororo can help me name them. There is Bayport, Dark Hill, what? These financial institutions are making us, our people, poor. Our teachers, health workers go and pick loans with them. First of all, they give loans at high rate, but also you pay loans up to the end, but they continue charging you. And I have evidences. Somebody has picked 1 million shillings. According to the agreement, is supposed to pay maybe for 1 year. He pays for that 1 year. Everything ends, but they continue charging him for more than 2 years. And you get somebody from 1 million is paying up to 5 million plus. And I've handled these cases in my office. Sir, now that you are today here and you are the regulator, please look at these financial institutions. And if you are to handle, let Tororo be the research area for you, which I'll give the information. We also have unlicensed financial institutions. There are people moving all over our villages. They give you speedy loan. And these people are from Western Uganda. So when it comes to collection, they even move with the guns and sticks. If you don't have recovery, they beat you. And this is happening in Tororo. I don't know whether the LC3 of Akadot is here. So these people are not fully licensed. Their loan is a daily loan, and also their recovery is daily. They can give you 100,000, but they say you will be paying 5,000 per day, and every day they are in your compound. It is frustrating our people. It is making our people poor, and we are not happy at all. Please, sir, Mr. Regulator, look into this equally. I don't remember when the last regional branch of Bank of Uganda was commissioned and built, but I know there are old ones like Nijinja, Mbale, and name them. But I would wish, Tororo, we are a sub-region, and we have region offices here. We have High Court, which is a region office. We have regional DPP. We have regional National Drug Authority. We have regional police here, and many, many other regional offices. Sir, I invite you to build the regional headquarters for Bank of Uganda here. To you, it may not be a purity, but to us, we feel you should be nearer here. Don't mind about land. We can give you free land. But I know being accountants and financial people, you are already seeing it as a liability. For us, we don't see it like that. So that's my request to you. You talked about corporate social responsibility. I beg kindly. We are not doing well in our health sector, education sector. Some of our pupils are still sitting under the tree. When you go to our main hospital here, we lack children's ward, but also the premature babies, the premature. We have only one machine that incubates, and you get children lined up for that one machine. And of course, we have X-ray, but we have been given an X-ray by Minister of Health, a new one, but X-ray which you cannot maintain. So it is redundant. The reason is that just buying the film is very expensive. And I think this team of people who plan for Minister of Health should be taken for some workshop or to be taught. Because the machine is there well, but we cannot afford the films. And that's why it is redundant. Why would you, government, buy a very expensive machine like that to maintain? It's poor planning. That should not be looked into again as people of Uganda. In the world now, all what people are doing is to cut costs. All these people manufacturing vehicles, they are looking at increasing speed and reducing the consumption. The Indians, all the vehicles they are making, what they look at is fuel consumption, compressing and reducing the fuel consumption. And I think this is why we are talking about electric cars, cable cars, all to reduce fuel cost. But you, Minister of Health, and I'm speaking to them over that television, you, Minister of Health, you are still looking of a way of increasing cost, which is a burden to our country. So Bank of Uganda, those are few areas that if there is any corporate social responsibility, you can support us on those areas. Should it be heavy to you, we can still look at a minimal one, because there are lines of them that you can support us with. I have no intention to speak much, but just to welcome you people to Tororo once again, and to thank you for thinking about us, for thinking that this meeting should be in Tororo, for us also to enjoy Bank of Uganda in many ways. I know we shall bite the banana. Maybe our pocket will be okay by the time we are leaving here. And just to look at you, the new governor, Bank of Uganda, it makes difference. And having all these staffs here today, it makes a difference. So thank you for coming. I say all this for God and my country. It's my pleasure now to invite the bank said not the RDC. Okay, but we have made it in a way that since I have spoken, the mayor will speak during the closing ceremony. So, but you are telling me the RDC is speaking after the bank secretary. So, Master of Ceremony, you will manage that. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. The chairman, LC5 Tororo District, Mr. Honorable John Okea. Let's add him another round of applause. He talked about so many things. One of them was Bayport Bank. Mr. Governor, yesterday you are represented by Mr. Hannington Waswa. And he talked about that, but today he's going to talk about it again. So he'll tell us whether Bayport is actually a bank or not, and whether Bank of Uganda licenses, regulates, and supervises it or not during the presentation. The other thing he has talked about is corporate social responsibility. And fortunately, next on the program, we are going to have the bank secretary, who also happens to head the Bank of Uganda corporate social responsibility and outreach programs, to come and give a speech. So let me take this unique honor of inviting Mrs. Susan Kanyemibwa to come and deliver her speech, after which she will invite the governor, the Bank of Uganda.
Thank you very much. As introduced, my name is Susan Kanyemibwa. I'm the bank secretary. Let me start my speech by recognizing the people present, the governor, Dr. Michael Atingi-Ego, honorable members of parliament present, the district and city leadership, the religious and cultural leaders present, the management and staff of Bank of Uganda, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is my pleasure to be here in Tororo district, a place that is known by so many people by its rich culture, vibrant trade, and immense economic potential. Since the inception of the Bank of Uganda Townhall meetings in 2016, our objective has remained steadfast, and this is to foster direct engagement between the bank and the people we serve. Now at the bank, we made it deliberately and intentional that we move to the people. And that's why you can see most of us who are putting on these white shirts have decided to close our offices, but to come and join the people so that we can explain who we are and the people get to understand what we do and how we do it. Today's engagement is particularly special because it is the first time Bank of Uganda is holding a town hall in Tororo. And I want to say it may not be the last one. These meetings were introduced to bring the bank closer to the people, as I have already mentioned. We really want to listen to the people we serve. We want to learn from you and to see how we can improve our operations by receiving feedback from you and honest feedback, and to ensure that our policies are informed by real experiences, not just economic models or figures. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to the leadership of Tororo and the people of Tororo for the warm welcome and your commitment to this important conversation. Your presence here today is a clear sign that we all share a common goal to build a stronger and more inclusive financial system that benefits every Ugandan. What do stakeholders engagements mean to us? The value that we obtain from this kind of engagements. We want to build strong relationship with you people, very, very important stakeholders, and in a manner of of fostering economic resilience and trust. As the bank secretary, I oversee these efforts of enhanced stakeholder confidence as one of our main strategic objectives at the central bank. These town hall meetings exemplify our commitment to meaningful dialogue and collaboration, ensuring that all voices are heard and considered in shaping the Uganda's financial landscape. Many of you may wonder, what does Bank of Uganda do and how does it affect your daily life? The truth is that everything from the price of food in the market to the safety of your savings is influenced by what we do. And we are here in big numbers. These ladies and gentlemen answer all those questions that are attached to those two issues. So we are here for three main reasons. One, to explain what Bank of Uganda does, so that everybody, every Ugandan, a business owner, a farmer, trader, understands how the financial system affects them. Second, as I mentioned earlier, is to listen to you, because no one understands Tororo economic challenges better than the people that live and work here every day. We are happy to have an ambassador here who has already been introduced, Mr. Solomon Okecho. This gentleman, you see, worked for Bank of Uganda, lived Bank of Uganda, and all his formative life was in the central bank. He can speak about Bank of Uganda and its operation like day follows night. The third is to find a solution together, because financial stability and economic growth cannot be achieved by one institution alone. It requires collaboration between the bank, the government, financial institutions, and the people. So we are here to understand your experiences and explore ways we can support your businesses, savings, and financial stability. I'm happy, I know they have been mentioned, I'm happy to announce that I'm happy to announce the heavy presence, and I'm minding my words, the heavy presence of the Deposit Protection Fund. I call it heavy because the board members of the Deposit Protection Fund are in the house, and they have already been introduced, and I'll be happy to introduce them again. For us, we call them Director Wilbrod Wall, son of the prince. Director Wilbrod, the governor did not know that you are the prince. Yes, it's good to know it now. And we have Dr. Obara with us here. He's also the son of the soil. And I think others are supposed to be joining us later. I'm also proudly associated with the Deposit Protection Fund because I represent the governor on the board of the fund. Strengthening collaboration for economic growth. We cannot achieve economic progress alone, like I mentioned earlier. Financial stability is a shared responsibility, and each one of us has a role to play. I urge you all to take advantage of the financial education and the banking services to improve your economic well-being. I'll talk about this, the corporate social responsibility. In passing, we have done this before. Your appeal, you're not the only one that has appealed to Bank of Uganda to support in the health sector. And our social corporate responsibility initiative, we have traversed the whole country supporting the sector. But this has been done, one, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. We do not determine where we go to support the health centers. So the Ministry of Health that advise us. However, we inform the Ministry of Health that we want to start with areas where the bank has a presence. What do I mean by a presence? Where the bank has branches. I think Tororo is in the middle because we have a branch in Jinja, we have a branch in Mbale. And we have been to those places and have supported health centers there, but on the advice of the Ministry of Health. And not only the Ministry of Health, but we also have support us not dream of picking a health center, but we have guidelines and policies that help us to identify which health center is going to be supported, but also in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. They do have their own statistics, and so they guide us. And the moment they pick a health center, then we work with the district leadership in that respective area. We actually enter into an MOU of understanding with the respective district, and they have obligations on their part as much as Bank of Uganda also has an obligation. We have been to all the 9 districts of presence, and we have also supported what we consider as missing middles. So I can say as of now, we have covered over 13 districts supporting health centers. We hear you, and I can stop it at that for now. Lastly, let me take the opportunity of introducing the governor. Actually, I think you, Tororo District, you're privileged to invest and engage with a newly elected, the newly appointed governor. For us, we knew him as the deputy governor. Now he's the governor. It is one person, the same. So Tororo District is the first one engaged with the governor, or with Michael Atingi-Ego in his new role as the governor. So count yourselves as lucky. Before I introduce him, I've been guided here that I should instead invite the RDC. So I've been guided by the MC that I should invite the RDC of Tororo District, Haj Sadiq Bategana, to be the one to invite the governor. So I thank you, and we are still here with you. Please feel free to share with us. Feel free to present your questions. Whoever you see that is putting on a T-shirt like this one, kindly write your questions and pass them over to them. We should be able to answer them. I thank you very much, and thank you so much for listening to me. Now I take the singular honor to invite Haj to come and speak to us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, I'm Haji Bategana Sadiq, the RDC of Tororo. Governor, Bank of Uganda, and your team, you're most welcome. Before I give my remarks, I would like members of the Tororo District Security Team to stand up for recognition. That's the Deputy RDC, Assistant RDCs, DSOs who are here, police fraternity to stand up for recognition. Yeah, thank you very much. We are here today to receive the Governor of Bank of Uganda and team. Already, we have some commercial bank representatives who are here, and we are welcome. When we hear about Bank of Uganda, we are told that the Bank of Uganda is a national bank. If it is a national bank, it is now a bank of banks. Before we talk about maybe economic recovery, which is being accelerated by Bank of Uganda, it is always good to remind ourselves of the historical and the political projection of Uganda. Those who did history of East Africa, you are all aware that Uganda became a British protectorate in the year 1894. And Uganda became independent in 1962. Between 1894 and 1962 is a period of 70 years. Our economies were being controlled by the banks in England. It's after independence that we had our own bank. As we talk now, when you look at Uganda, when it was under the British, you find that the cash crops Uganda had were there just because of the interests of the British. If I can name a few. If you ask yourself, how did the railway line live? Because our railway line, the East African railway line or Uganda Railway, started in Mombasa up to a place called Port Florence or Lake Victoria, the place we know as Kisumu. Why was that portion between Kisumu and Mombasa called the Uganda Railway? It was called the Uganda Railway because at that time, Kisumu belonged to Uganda. And later, it was repatriated to Kenya. When they came, you can also ask why the railway was extended up to Kasese and Pakwach. It was extended to Kasese because the British had interest in the copper which was being mined in Kilembe mine. Then Pakwach because of the cotton. The cotton we were producing was to serve the cotton industry. Those who have done a European history, you know. When the first power loom was invented, I forget the person, I don't know whether it was just Rotal, I don't remember. You find that all the Europeans had interest in getting raw materials. And they came to Africa. The Africans were happy. They didn't know that this was maybe sugar-coated. They were to work now for the economies of the British. The British had textile industries, especially in Manchester and Birmingham, and were here to labor, produce cotton, and then they pretend that they were causing employment by getting us ginaries, yet we're producing for them, and we didn't earn much. Then later, Uganda got independence in 1962. At the eve of independence, everything in Uganda looked glory. Things were okay. But because of the Constitution of 1962, which allowed alliances amongst political parties, because we had political parties like Kabaka-Eka, we had UPC and DP. DP won the elections because that time they were considering seats in the parliament. But because the Constitution of 1962 allowed alliances, Kabaka-Eka and UPC allied, and when they combined their seats, they were now better than DP, and now they declared an alliance government. During the alliance government, Dr. Apollo Milton Obote, the head of UPC, was made the executive prime minister. Then Mutesa, Sir Edward, was made the president. In that constitution, the executive prime minister had more powers than the president. As time went on, because during the early years, when the British wanted to take over Uganda, there was a very big resistance in the Bunyoro. Kabalega was so powerful that the British could not manage, even when they came with gunpowder. They could not manage Kabalega. They caused some alliance with Mwanga, and then they conquered Bunyoro. Later, they turned against Mwanga. Mwanga and Kabalega were exiled to Seychelles Island, which is in Indian Ocean. After some time, in order to reward Buganda, which helped them to fight the strong Banyoro, some of the counties referred to as the lost counties, Buyaga and Bugangaizi, were given to Buganda in order to compensate for the efforts they put in to conquer Bunyoro. Then later, because Obote was the president and Obote was the prime minister, and who had more powers than the president, Edward Mutesa, some confusion erupted. And now time came when the people of Buyaga and Bugangaizi wanted to be taken back to their original territory, that's Bunyoro. And there was a referendum held at that time. A referendum, the people were to decide by themselves, either to belong to Buganda or Bunyoro. During that referendum, those people in Buyaga and Bugangaizi opted to go back to Bunyoro, where they belonged to. This caused a political crisis in the country. The Kabaka Mutesa gave the Prime Minister Obote a very short time to leave, to transfer their capital away from Buganda land. This caused the Kabaka crisis in 1966. So problems have been there. Then later, because of the crisis, again, in 1967, Uganda now became a republic. Those people who know history, you talk about the Pigeon-Hole Constitution, when Binaisa was the one heading that law implicated. And so there's a Pigeon-Hole Constitution, and Uganda became now a republic. When it became a republic, more issues came. Idi Amin Dada, who became a president later in 1971, was the commander of the armed forces. Things didn't go well. Apollo Milton Obote and Idi Amin were not together, and caused a coup in 1971. During the 1971 coup, Idi Amin took over government. And then in 1972-73, we were told he was in Tororo. I don't know whether it was in Classic Rock Hotel where we are. He had a dream of chasing away the Indians who were controlling the economy. Those were mainly from India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. They were given 90 days to leave the economy, to leave the country, and the economy, which was propagated by them, became asunder. There was a scarcity of the common goods. There was no sugar. If maybe a child was sick and wanted to make the medicine sugary, unless you had a sugar cane or a pineapple. Salt became a problem. Yet Uganda has salt deposits, sodium chloride, Lake Katwe in Kasese. If you had a visitor, if the food was to get tested, Then you'd burn the stems of cotton to get ashes, then it would be used as salt. There was no soap, there was no everything you needed for life. Then, if you remember, in 1980, 10 December 1980, after the UNLF came to power, there was an election, 1980, 10 December. Those who were old enough remember that Apollo Milton Obote became a president, and then there was rigged elections. 1981, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, His Excellency, who is the president now, went to the bush with 27 fighters and worked hard to liberate the country. When he liberated the country in 1986, there was a lot of economic recovery in Uganda. The Indians whose property had been taken by government, the departed Asian property custodian board, were called back, the Madivanis, and many others, and they resumed the economy. As we talk now, things have gone on well. For you to remember, when we lacked essential commodities in Uganda in around 1980 and 81, there was a Minister of Internal Affairs whose name I don't want to pronounce now. In order to fight Magendo, the first thing he did was to go and ban Busia market. To fight black market, he banned Mbale market. If you want to avoid black marketeering, what you could do, the best would be to improve on production. The governor will talk about macroeconomic development and microeconomic development. That is easy field. We'll talk about it. We are proud that now, with the glory injected in, the inflation rate of the 1970s and the early 80s, if you were to buy a worker suit from Kenya in January, it could be 200 shillings. Then after 12 months, which is a year, the price of the same suit will be more than 200 times it was in January. Cement could be maybe 100 shillings a bag in January. After 12 months, the inflation was so high, it was a triple-digit inflation. A bag which was 2,000 shillings in January, it could be now over 5,000 shillings in December. The country has been affected. But when you look at our Vision 2040, socio-economic transformation and value addition to our product, here we are. We are proud of the Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda should now play the role of the final catalyst in the socio-economic development. When I was at school, our teacher of chemistry used to talk about a catalyst. A catalyst is a substance which accelerates the rate of a chemical reaction. A reaction which would take 100 years. By the use of a catalyst, I'm not finishing. By the use of a catalyst, it could take a second to take place. With those few remarks, I thank the governor of Uganda who is here. We used to hear about the governors when we were young. We used to hear about one called Elangot. Then between there, the late, and now we have now a new governor who should now accelerate the rate of socio-economic transformation in the country. With those few remarks, may I take the singular honor? With those few remarks, may I take the singular honor to invite the governor of the Bank of Uganda to talk to this congregation. For God and my country, I declare the meeting open. Thank you very much. For God and my country. Governor, you're also welcome.
Thank you so much, Haji Sadiq, for giving us that political and political economy history of Uganda. It is a very good foundation for what we're going to discuss today. Thank you once again. Allow me to stand on the protocol that was earlier observed. And I want to begin by saying that friends, esteemed leaders, and the people of Tororo, before we begin today's proceedings, I must acknowledge a profound loss that weighs heavily on our hearts. Our community has recently lost two distinguished sons who served in Uganda with unwavering dedications as Inspectors General of Police. I ask that we observe a moment of silence to honor the memory of John Kosi Odomel, who served as IGP from 1992 to 1998, a proud son of Palisa district, which of course broke off from this district, Tororo, in the 1990s. You all recall that his tenure was marked by tireless efforts to professionalize our police force. The Bank of Uganda family mourns the passing of Ms. Odomel, as his son, Andrew Elwana, is a valued colleague and a division head in one of our communications departments. We also remember Okoth Ogola, a native of this very district of Tororo, who led the force from 1981 to 1985, stewarding law enforcement through one of our nation's most challenging periods. Both men exemplified the spirit of service and sacrifices that defines the best of Uganda's public servants. May I request that we just stand up for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Colleagues, their legacy reminds us that leadership at its core is about service to the community and a country. It is in this same spirit of service that we gather here today. Let me say something about Tororo before I go to my remarks. Allow me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, when you go out this place and you look around, what do you see outside? You see homes, you see businesses and busy streets. But above all, is the unmistakable and the iconic is the Tororo Rock. It's more than just a geological feature. It is the heart of a district, a silent witness to its history, and a beacon of its potential. I gather that the very name, and I stand to be corrected, the very name Tororo is derived from this rock. Its identity inextricably is linked to its majestic presence. For generations, it has been a cultural site, sheltering ancestral caves and bearing ancient rock paintings. Like the layers of this rock, your heritage is built upon the layers of stories, tradition, and dreams. Just as Tororo Rock stands as a national monument with the potential to become a world-class tourism destination, the Bank of Uganda stands as a steadfast guardian and a pillar of our nation's economic stability and financial well-being. Yet, unlike this immovable rock, the Bank of Uganda must be dynamic, responsive, and ever present in our communities. At the Bank of Uganda, we believe in the power of direct engagement. As a dutiful central bank, we pursue the public interests in all we do. These town hall meetings are a vital part of our commitment
to serve the public interest. These meetings provide us with the opportunity to communicate our work, listen to public feedback, and improve our performance. So like the bank secretary said, we're here today to explain the Bank of Uganda role and how we carry out our mandate and receive our feedback. We are not here merely to speak, but to listen and learn. Just as Tororo serves a vibrant crossroads of cultures and commerce in eastern Uganda and western Kenya, this town hall meeting serves as a crucial intersection of your needs and our services. Now, let me turn to the role of Bank of Uganda. But before I do that, I must really explain my profound gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for entrusting me with the leadership of Bank of Uganda. I am equally delighted to acknowledge the appointment of Professor Augustus Nuwagaba as the Deputy Governor. Together, we embrace this sacred mandate to serve our nation with unwavering dedication and purpose. This is not merely a position of authority, but a calling to ensure that every action of Bank of Uganda advances our country's socio-economic transformation and serves the aspiration of all Ugandans. That is the catalyst that Haji Sadiq was talking about. And I want to recognize with great humility the prayer by Reverend Ongwen. Reverend Ongwen, that was a very powerful prayer you said. And we take it seriously that we are counting on God for wisdom, for guidance, and addressing the issues that you all address, that you mentioned in your prayer. May God bless you for that prayer. So, let me share a vision with you. A vision of a transformed Uganda where every farmer in Tororo moves beyond subsistence to prosperity, where every small business owner has the capital to grow, and where every family can secure their financial future. This vision is inspired in the Bank of Uganda mission, that is, to promote price stability and a sound financial system in support of socio-economic transformation in Uganda, which aligns with the National Vision 2040, which Haji Sadiq articulately shared with us a short while ago. He also went to say about the Vision 2040 that we need to have, quote, a transformed Ugandan society from peasant to modern and prosperous country. Haji Sadiq, this is where we are drawing that mandate from, because we want to run with the national aspiration. We want to be relevant to the Ugandan community. So that's why we added recently, on top of price stability and a sound financial system, we added in support of socio-economic transformation. So this is well aligned to that vision. So we are working on this vision through the successful delivery of our mandate laid out in Article 162 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 4 of the Bank of Uganda Act. So in broad terms, you could think of our mandate as a three-legged stool, each leg essential for stability. The first one is the price stability. When prices remain stable, a mother in the market can confidently plan her household budget. A farmer can predict the value of the harvest. A shopkeeper can stock her shelves without the fear of sudden price changes. Secondly, we oversee financial institutions. Your hard-earned savings in the bank are more secure than if locked in your home. Much more so. When you entrust your money to a bank, we ensure that trust is honored. Now, of course, you've raised, the Honorable SC5 Chair raised some issues, but we will discuss those ones later on. But thirdly, we maintain reliable payment system. Whether you are sending money through your mobile phones or conducting bank transactions, we ensure those systems work as smoothly
as River Malaba and Manofa River that pass through this district. Beyond these core policy responsibilities, we also fulfill other traditional central banking roles that are vital for the nation's economic health. For example, we manage the foreign reserves of the country. We safeguard Uganda's financial stability by maintaining foreign exchange buffers. This builds investors' confidence and ensures that our nation meets its international financial obligations, fostering economic balance and attracting foreign investments. Also, through currency management, we hold exclusive authority to design, to print, issue, and manage the circulation of banknotes and coins in Uganda. Effective currency management is essential for facilitating business transactions and maintaining monetary stability. We are also a banker to government. We handle payments on behalf of the government of Uganda, including those for ministries, departments, and agencies. We also provide economic and financial advice to the government, ensuring that policies are rooted in sound financial principles in the interest of promoting macroeconomic stability. Now, through economic development programs, we support government programs for administering funds like the Agricultural Credit Facility, the Small Business Recovery Fund. These programs support farmers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs by providing affordable financing to grow their enterprises. Further to these roles, the Bank of Uganda continuously adapts its roles and functions, proactively responding to the evolving financial landscape and emerging challenges through innovative initiatives. So, for example, through financial inclusion initiatives, we are expanding our financial services for the underserved populations. The second National Financial Inclusion Strategy, 2023 to 2028, developed in partnership with stakeholders, aims to achieve universal access to diverse and affordable financial services. This strategy focuses on improving access and usage, strengthening consumer protection and financial literacy, and developing green and gender inclusive finance. And also through digital financial services promotion, we enhance financial literacy while mitigating the associated risks. We encourage using secure and efficient electronic services, including mobile money, to reduce dependence on cash. We also conduct financial literacy workshops and partner with diverse stakeholders, including government agencies, financial institutions, media, and business leaders such as you today, to disseminate information and raise awareness of available financial services. Now, more recently, through the domestic gold purchase program, we will support the development of Uganda's mining industry by purchasing gold domestically from artisanal miners such as Tira Mining Association in Busia, to up to 90% of the current production. The initiative will ensure financial benefits remain within the local economy, fostering the in the mining sector and creating opportunities for Ugandan citizens. Initial gold deliveries are expected this year. Now, also through environmental, social, and governance initiatives, we champion sustainability within our own policies and operations across the Ugandan banking sector. We are promoting guidelines and principles to assist financial institutions in achieving their sustainability goals, supporting their clients' transition to low carbon and resource efficient economies, and fostering financial inclusivity and social welfare. And we are encouraging all the supervised financial institutions and stakeholders to rechannel or to repurpose their business models and strategies to uplift the population engaged in subsistence agriculture outside the money economy, including through innovation and technology. And on this note, I must commend the residents of Tororo district for your remarkable efforts in planting millions of trees to protect the environment. Kudos from you.
especially the vital Aturukuku stream. This major water source, which flow through Tororo municipality and Tororo South County before joining River Malaba, which is a key supplier to the National Water and Sewerage Corporation, is crucial for local domestic use and farming. We therefore applaud the community's proactive efforts to safeguard this essential resource from extinction. I'm extremely proud of you for this very exemplary initiative of tree planting. Thank you very much. Now, let me say more about the direct impact of our work through two crucial initiatives that touch the lives. The Agricultural Credit Facility, a public-private partnership with financial institutions, has channeled over 1 trillion shillings to more than 6,000 beneficiaries nationwide as of December 2024. Here in Eastern Region alone, nearly 400 projects have received a total of 242 billion shillings. And right here in Tororo, many borrowers have accessed loans ranging from 1 million to 20 million shillings, depending on their specific needs. These clients represent local farmers investing in rice production, crop farming, agro-based businesses. These are your community members transforming their agricultural dreams into reality. So we want more of such farmers to benefit from this. And that's why we are in Tororo, to discuss what are the constraints to accessing more of this. Because we believe that this is one of the initiatives that can touch the man at the very, very, very bottom of society so that they can come out of subsistence into the money economy. Now, for the small business owners still recovering from the recent challenges, the Small Business Recovery Fund has extended 69 billion to over 3,400 enterprises across Uganda as of December 2024. In Eastern Region, 195 businesses have received support totaling 3.56 billion. Here in Tororo specifically, 41 local businesses have benefited from the fund. From small enterprises receiving 3 million shillings for working capital to ambitious expansion like pharmacy stocking with about 15 million, school improvements, vehicle acquisition at about 40 to 50 million, and hotel operations with about 20 million shillings. Together, these Tororo businessmen and businesses have accessed close to 250 million in support. These are your local entrepreneurs and your neighbors who are building a stronger economic foundation for Tororo. Now, we are here to find out from you, why can't we make this building foundation much more stronger? How can we access more of the Small Business Recovery Fund so that all the businesses here benefit from that and we see a stronger economic foundation for Tororo? So these two initiatives promote inclusive finance through the block allocation arrangement. This approach enables smallholder farmers and micro borrowers to access credit without traditional registered collateral, instead of relying on the borrower's land titles and everything. This one just relies on the borrower's character, cash flow quality, and movable properties. In northern Uganda, for example, it's quite interesting. The other day, I was looking at an application by 140 small farmers asking for 70 million shillings, meaning that on average, each was going to get a $500,000. So I was very interested in finding out what are they going to do with a $500,000. And it was very interesting. They were going to buy seeds and horse, just seeds and horse. At the end of the season, they were able to repay this money with a surplus. They sold this money. They sold their produce, got additional income, repaid the money. Yeah. Thank you, Haji Sadiq, for that. Now, if we have more of that, it means that we are going to have surplus production. And that's going to encourage agro-processing. And this is the vision of the country, value addition. You cannot add value to what you do not have. So we first of all need to boost the production of the man down there in the village, increase that output so that other people can now access from the same facility machinery
to add value to that. We've seen this take place in the milk industry, increasing milk production fast, and then other entrepreneurs come now to borrow money for milk processing to produce things like cheese, skimmed milk, dry, all those kind of milk products. To the extent that they are able to export, we can replicate the same model here in Tororo. So, but we first need to begin by increasing agricultural output, and then these other entrepreneurs can come and add value. And we live the vision of value addition. But again, numbers alone do not tell the whole story. We do recognize that these funds have not reached everyone who needs them. We hear your concerns about the complex application processes and limited awareness. That's why we're here, taking action. One, we are simplifying the eligibility criteria. We are strengthening the financial literacy programs. We are urging banks to serve all regions equitably and also to prioritize these initiatives rather than promoting their own products. We are also allowing repeat borrowing to support sustainable growth. We are also increasing awareness so that no eligible beneficiary is left behind. The success in Tororo here is Uganda's success. When a farmer in Tororo accesses affordable credit to buy a tractor, they are not just mechanizing their farm, they are driving our nation's agricultural transformation. When small business owners receive capital to expand, they are just not growing their enterprises, they are building Uganda's economic future. We at the Bank of Uganda cannot achieve this goal alone. Transformation requires collaboration. This is the spirit powering our theme today, going further together. Your feedback today will help shape our programs. Your questions will inform our improvements. Your suggestions will guide our path forward. Please share your experiences, voice your concerns, ask your questions, whether they seem big or small, for it is through this dialogue that we forge the path to a much more prosperous Uganda. I brought a strong team of senior staff here from Bank of Uganda, and we're pleased that we're being joined by many CEOs and managing directors. We are here to listen, to respond, and learn from you. While our headquarters may be in Kampala, our hearts and our focus are in the communities like Tororo, where the real economy thrives. You see, we are in Kampala, we work through commercial banks, but our aim is to reach you guys in the real economy. But we then want to hear what are the challenges that you guys are facing, and how can we work together to address these challenges so that you improve on your own incomes, and by so doing, we lift up Uganda, Uganda's prosperity. So, with those very few remarks borrowing from Haj Sadiq, I want to thank you all for listening to me, and I look forward to your questions, comments, and everything. May the Almighty God bless you so much.
A much bigger round of applause for the Governor, Bank of Uganda, Michael Atingi-Ego. Thank you so much. Mr. Governor, going to have just a few presentations before we go into the question and answer session. And the very first presentation is going to come from the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Like we earlier observed, this morning we have Dr. Andrew Obara, a board member. Susan guided that we call him Director Obara. I think that is in order. So let me invite Director Obara to come and make a 10-minute presentation on deposit protection.
Thank you, MC, and I intend to keep it less than 10 minutes. Protocol has been variously recognized, so I'm delighted to address myself to you, Governor, the district leadership, the representatives of the Tieng Adola Cultural Institution,
ladies and gentlemen. I was introduced as Andrew Obara, a board member of DPF, the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, and riding on the governor's remarks. What I'm going to explain to you is what it means when you hear on radio and TV, your deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, up to 10 million shillings. Apart from being a board member of the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, very, very vitally, the people of Tororo, I am one of you. I come from Tororo County North. In 1994, and let me acknowledge our parent in Bank of Uganda by saying they are our father and even our mother. In 1994, Bank of Uganda started the Deposit Protection Fund in response to failing banks, banks that had failed, with the aim of ensuring that when a bank fails, of course it's not anybody's intention that a bank fails, but should it happen in that unlikely case, that depositors, especially the vulnerable, low-volume depositors, are not overly exposed and they can have access to their money immediately. In 2006, the Financial Institutions Act was changed, among other things, to establish the Deposit Protection Fund as deposit insurance, meaning a fund that exists as a legal entity that can immediately come in when a bank fails and you get paid your deposits, and you who are having businesses, you don't have your business disrupted or your cash flows. So DPF today is a fully established, weaned from the parent, and Bank of Uganda, again, to their credit, they did a lot to us in terms of establishing, initially supporting staff and technical assistance to us. Today we are fully established with our board, with management, with policies and procedures and systems to help make payouts when a bank fails. So that is our mandate. Really, our mandate is payout to relieve you of the pain that you have as a depositor in a regulated, and I repeat this, regulated financial institution by Bank of Uganda. We only cover institutions from tiers 1 to 3, meaning commercial banks, credit institutions, and micro deposit taking institutions. Customers of those institutions are covered by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. So if you went and saved your money in a place, in an institution that Bank of Uganda does not supervise or regulate, you have opted for insecurity of your money. You have opted out of safety and soundness of custody. And when you deposit your money with a Bank of Uganda regulated institution, you have opted for safety and soundness should even that institution fail. We also complement Bank of Uganda and other players in the financial safety net by boosting public awareness of financial institutions and financial literacy, like we are doing now, and we are so happy that Bank of Uganda invited us alongside themselves. And we can perform any other role consistent with our payout role. Okay, so I wanted to say who is protected. I've already mentioned that. Please don't save your money outside of regulated, Bank of Uganda regulated financial institutions. And we have always had this complaint, not wanting to preempt any questions you will have. Why do you only protect up to 10 million? By the way, the 10 million we actually decided as a board to up it to 10 million. It was originally 3 million. So 2.5 years ago, then we increased it to 10 million. For your own information, of all the deposits of all regulated institutions in Uganda, at 10 million coverage, we cover fully 98, more than 98% of the accounts. What does that mean? It means should a bank fail at a 10 million limit, we can pay 98% of the customers all they have deposited. And of course, the other 2% is people like I have in this room, you people who have billions in the bank. Now, when you have billions in the bank and the bank fails, we still will give you 10 million. How do you get the rest of yours? BO will tell you that the liquidation process and receivership process helps you to recover, and I'm not even competent to explain how that happens. But as for DPF, we would immediately come in to quench the fire with 10 million shillings. How are we funded? And this is my last point. We are funded by premiums that we charge on banks and credit institutions and microfinance deposit taking institutions. We charge them 0.2%, just about 0.2% of the average deposits of the previous year. But most of our money now comes from investments in government, treasury bills, and treasury bonds. So we are investing your money with the government to protect you even more. Thank you very much. Thank you again, all the protocol. Thank you, MC. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Director Dr. Andrew Obara, a board member at Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. My quick takeaway from his presentation is that your deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Our next presentation is going to be on government, treasury, bills, and bonds, specifically to tell you how you can invest in the treasury, bills, and bonds. And to make this presentation is Ivan Setimba. So let me invite him to come and stick to the time that Director Obara has set. So we have to fit in within that time so that we have more time for the Q&A session. Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Or is it afternoon already? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to make a quick presentation on investing in treasury bills and bonds. Just to provide context, the government mobilizes resources in a number of ways, and one of these ways is borrowing from the public domestically, and when it does this, it issues treasury bills and bonds. And you as individuals or the public can invest in these treasury bills and bonds. And these government securities, we have treasury bills which are essentially run for 1 year. We have 91 days, we have 162 days, and we have 364 days treasury bills. So when you invest or when you lend to government as treasury bills, you can do that up to 1 year. We also have the bonds, which are long-term, and they start at 2 years to 20 years. So you can invest or you can lend to government for a tenor between 2 years and 20 years. Maybe the question would be, why invest in treasury bills and bonds, and probably why not buy a piece of land or invest in a retail business? You can or you should invest in land and business, but you should also consider not having all your eggs in one basket. So treasury bills and bonds provide you with an opportunity to diversify your investment. So you could have a piece of land, but you can also buy treasury bills and bonds. And they give you access to very quick liquidity. They are near cash. almost as good as cash, but without the temptation that you can spend this money as and when you may want to. But in the event that you need to access this money, there is a very vibrant secondary market where you can redeem your treasury bills and bonds. Now, how do you buy treasury bills and bonds? The first thing, you would have to have what we call a central securities depository, which is an account that would hold your treasury bills and bonds, similar to a bank account where you deposit your cash and you can withdraw and deposit from that account. So you need to open a central securities depository account, and this account or these accounts are held by the Bank of Uganda, but we have commercial banks, or your commercial bank will help you to open this central securities depository. You'll have to fill out a form, and that form will have your details. There are other requirements like your national ID. That all those form and the necessary documentation will be brought to the bank, and the Bank of Uganda will open a central securities depository account for you. And with the opening of that securities account, you will be able to buy or to participate in investing in treasury bills and bonds. So my prayer to you today is, if you can take away one thing from this town hall, is for you to consider investing in treasury bills and bonds. I'd also urge you, when you get the opportunity to speak to your constituents, to tell them about the opportunity that is available for them to invest some of their income in treasury bills and bonds. We're happy to take any questions that you may have in regard to investing in treasury bills and bonds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ivan Setimba, representing the Director of Financial Markets. And I've given you 100% for time management. Well done. Thank you. So our very last presentation, Governor, is on agricultural credit facility, which you talked about, and Small Business Recovery Fund. But this time around, we want Hajara to tell us about the terms and conditions so that the people here can actually take advantage and invest in that. Hajara Mawanda Kasule heads the agricultural credit facility and other credit schemes.
A very good morning to each and every one of you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is an honor to talk about the Agricultural Credit Facility and Small Business Recovery Fund, which was a topic emphasized in the governor's speech. And the government of Uganda has, for a long time, been cognizant of the fact that agriculture is the backbone of the economy, and also aware of the fact that most of the agriculture is done on a subsistence level. So in 2009, the government of Uganda, in partnership with the Bank of Uganda, credit institutions, commercial banks, micro deposit taking institution, came up with the agricultural credit facility with the aim of financing short, medium, and long-term projects involved in the agricultural processing chain, with the aim of commercializing agriculture and adding value to agricultural commodities. The loans under agricultural credit facilities are awarded to farmers on more affordable terms than they usually would have been awarded, because the commercial banks or participating financial institutions in general usually regard agricultural projects as very risky. But this facility is around to be able to actually address the cost of agricultural projects in terms of awarding farmers with affordable credit. And if you look at the agricultural credit facility, the interest per annum is capped at 12%. Grain trade is capped at 15%, and this is really for working capital to trade in the grain trade. What are the kind of activities that are considered in this scheme? We have activities including purchasing of agricultural inputs, biological assets. You can buy your cattle, you can buy your poultry, you can buy your seeds, you can buy your fertilizers, machinery like tractors, irrigation pumps, acquisition of machinery as a community as well, but basically to add value. So in brief, the terms are really spelled out clearly by the participating financial institution. Please do not come to Bank of Uganda directly and line up for these funds. We are in partnership with the participating financial institutions, and we do rely on them to evaluate the projects. And these projects the requests are then forwarded to the Bank of Uganda, where we have a look at the evaluation again. And when this is in line with all the rules of the Memorandum of Agreement, we then go ahead and give a go-ahead to the participating financial institutions to actually give out these loans. With the fact that the Bank of Uganda is going to refinance 50% to the commercial banks and 70% to the other participating financial institutions, so that this is a win-win situation. So under the Small Business Recovery Fund, we from the support that the government has given since 2021 to businesses to recover, Bank of Uganda administers this fund on behalf of government. And it also has a memorandum of understanding with similar participating financial institutions to the Agricultural Credit Facility, apart from the Uganda Development Bank. And this is a loan that has really helped so many small businesses recover. Not only small businesses, we are looking at also medium-sized businesses. And to date, a total of 48.8 billion and 2,752 small business holders since the inception of the Small Business Recovery Fund in 2021 have benefited from this initiative from government. And I must speak about the block allocation that addresses the people who want to take advantage of the two facilities and yet do not have the traditional collateral. The block allocation actually helps people who don't have the traditional collateral security in terms of land titles. You probably have chibanjas and things like that. And the governor alluded to a group in northern Uganda that actually came together to ask for this money. And it was really under the block allocation. So you can get together as a group, you can get together as an individuals, you can do this as circles and present good financial records. That means that the small farmer out there needs to know that they need a bank account, or they need to have a bank account or to an organization that they belong to. So it's extremely important that the financial records are in order, because a good credit history and cash flows will actually be sufficient for many of the participating financial institutions to be able to give out these loans. Many awareness programs have been going on, but we are targeting more because we do realize that the common man out there in the villages who doesn't know that they need to have the right criteria to be able to access this loan only needs the awareness. Awareness is lacking. There is a young lady yesterday who spoke of a vision she had to engage in agriculture, and you could see she really had nowhere to begin with. And we are strongly putting emphasis on awareness programs across the country. Some of you might have seen some stories coming up in the newspapers lately. There have been challenges for sure, and this is really because of lack of awareness. What we do believe that the success stories as well are here to transform the general economy of the country for the better. So I thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you so much, Hajara, for the great insights into the Agricultural Credit Facility and Small Business Recovery Fund. Now that we are fully armed with that information, I'm sure the people of Tororo can right away apply for the same. Governor, that marks the end of the presentations. We are now going into the question and answer session. Governor, I just wanted to inform you that we have banks present with us here today, just in case. I want to recognize Stanbic Bank, stand up for recognition. Centenary Bank, Equity Bank, Finance Trust Bank, DFCU, Housing Finance Bank, ABSA, over there. Brack Bank is the only one in that category operating in Tororo. Are you around? Thank you. Diamond Trust Bank. They moved all the way from Malaba to come and attend this. We have Bank of Baroda. Thank you very much. So they will be available just in case there are issues that require them to come in. We also want to acknowledge receipt of the written questions that have come in and have already been handed over to Governor. But we'll start with the ones where you can ask verbatim. So I want to request, Governor, that you pick a lot of 5, and then they can be answered, and then pick the others. So those who are ready to go first, put up your hands very high so that the Governor can see you and pick you. And once he picks you, then you'll have the opportunity to have the... The Governor has delegated that the hand picking bit can be done by us. So please put up your hands. Okay. Okay. So we are going to take 1, 2, 3, and 4. Plus 5, yes. So let's start from this side.
Thank you very much, Bank of Uganda, for this opportunity. Nabeta Geoffrey is my name, from Church of Uganda, St. Peter's Cathedral. I deal with the youth, and I'm also a businessman in Tororo Town. I just have a question I want to put forward. There are our people that owns border business. They get this border loan, but in paying back, they use banks. I operate a business of bank, agent banking. But they always ask me, why am I paying loan? And on top of that loan, there is a charge. So it's a bit challenging to them. Moreover, these borders at the end of 2 years, they pay a lot of money. Then the last one, I operate mobile money. Our community is suffering with the charges that are on this mobile money. It's really abnormal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to take you through the rules of engagement. We are quite many here, and the governor would want to hear from as many of you as possible. Let's ask one question. Kindly, just one question so that you give a chance for the other person to ask as well. And also two, let's ask directly on behalf of ourselves, because we try to create scenario questions and ask on behalf of the others, and then so kindly, one question, and would be glad if it's you who is seeking to know. And we'll also balance the gender as we move along, so the ladies will take you in the second round of the Q&A session. So who was the next here?
Thank you, Governor and the others. I'm Patrick Okware. I'm here as a District Production Officer, Tororo. My question goes to Agricultural Credit Facility. Is there an upper age limit to access this facility from the commercial banks or other participating financial institutions? Why I'm raising this question is, you're aware that the government of Uganda is promoting micro-scale irrigation projects. And in that project, there's a co-funding component. Farmers are meant to co-fund. One of our farmers was an elderly person. I think it was between 70, 80. He said, personally, right now I don't have cash, but I want to access credit from one of the commercial banks. I will not mention that commercial bank. So when he applied for that credit, he was told they are too old to access this credit. The gentleman became very annoyed. That's why I'm asking, is there an upper age limit for one to access this credit from these commercial banks? You will give an authority to disperse this credit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other thing I want to emphasize is the time. Maximum 1 to 2 minutes would be good for you to give us feedback.
Good afternoon, members. Governor, my name is Giasno Jangole, a farmer from Kapelebiong. I'm directly involved in the cashew planting. We bring seeds from Tanzania, improved seeds from Tanzania, and I have about 200 acres, and I intend to increase. My question is, does agricultural credit facility fund, or can a farmer involved in cashew planting access these loans, or you might push us to forestry? Because I imagine I'm in agriculture. Thank you so much.
We have 2 more to close this round so that we can get the answers.
Thank you, Governor. My name is Okiria Albert. The first said we should use only one question, but briefly, one, I want to pose the governor, how do I prove my source of income when I've sold my cows or goats and I want to deposit this money in the bank? Because recently there was an issue with the Equity Bank where a man sold his cows and it became a court matter to get his money. How do I prove that side that I am not disturbed in case I need to get my money instead of keeping in the house? Secondly, is it how can I invest in treasury bills and bonds?
One question per person. We have a lady from here.
My name is Juliet Erumbi. I work for an educational institution, to be particular, that is Busitema University. Mine is not about the banking sector. The tuition dues in public universities are collected by URA and they end up in Bank of Uganda. However, we have faced a challenge where sponsors pay directly to Bank of Uganda without a PRN from URA. And we've really had reconciliation challenges. The sponsor says I paid, and yet this side we have no communication at all. I'm requesting that BOU provides a window for public universities. It could be a contact person to be sorting us in our reconciliations of NTR. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That marks the end of the first round. But before we have the answers, just to let you know that we have break tea outside. The BAU team will be picking a few people to move. And then once they come back, the others can go. Okay, so Mr. Governor, I think it's the time to respond to the questions.
Thank you very much for those questions from Geoffrey, Patrick, Justin, Albert, and Juliet. Now, the question on charges, bank charges. You see, we have a team here from Kampala, both the staff from Bank of Uganda, and also we have representation from Uganda Bankers Association, and some of the CEOs, and some commercial banks here. So I'm going to ask that Wilbrod, you address the issue of charges. Somebody is saying we borrow money, then we repay it, but there's still charges. So let's hear the view of the bankers. Why do you impose charges? I think it's better to come direct from you why you impose charges. And then in terms of the transaction costs on mobile money, Alex Ochan from Bank of Uganda, I had seen you somewhere here. Are you around? Yes, you are going to address that question. And then Patrick and Justin, you asked a question on ACF. Again, I have got a team here from Bank of Uganda. I need to make sure that they have actively participated in this town hall. So I'm going to ask Hajara to address the question of Patrick on the age limit for ACF, and then the question asked by Justin regarding his 200 acres of, did you say cashew nut? Cashew nut. Does Justin, is he an eligible borrower through the ACF? And then Albert, I think the question on how you invest in treasury bills and treasury bonds was ably addressed by Ivan. So I don't know whether you want him to repeat that, or you can have a one-on-one with Ivan for the details. And then you also asked the proof of sale. Now, I don't know which, of course, commercial banks are concerned about the money you deposit. They want to know, its source, and particularly if it's cash. But I want to believe that you have governance levels at the village, right from LC1. If you have had your animals and everybody knows it, that you have been keeping animals, I think your LC1 chairman should be able to provide proof that, yes, indeed, Albert had 10 cows or 10 bulls, he sold and got that money. I think that evidence should be strong enough for a commercial bank to accept, but I'll leave it to Wilbrod and colleagues from the banking sector to maybe say what kind of proof do you want if somebody is bringing cash when they have sold animals. And then, Juliet, the question that you raised, I think I need to get those particulars from you, and then I will follow it up outside here, because particularly that second question, I'm hearing of it for the first time. The first one is okay. I think you are right on it. But the second question is something that I need to investigate, whether you pay directly to Bank of Uganda. We've no one here from banking, but can we maybe meet after this meeting and you give us more details about the second question? So without wasting much time, let me call on Wilbrod to address the issue of charges and then proof of sale. Wilbrod, please.
Thank you very much, Governor. I will ask some of the CEOs to speak to some of the specific examples, and then we'll speak to the others.
Thank you, Wilbrod. If you allow me to stand, Governor, and thank you, Governor, for allowing us to speak to this question. The first question, I think I can split it into the issue of charges, and it was specifically talking about when you are paying a loan and then there's a bank charge. But I think he mentioned, to my understanding, that the loan, you're paying somebody else, but now you're using a bank. So in this case, that's the first part of the answer. But then there can be another question. If you're saying you're paying the same bank that has lent to you. So if you're paying a third party through a bank, or you're paying a bank in Kampala that is not present in Tororo, they have lent you money, but they have told you you can pay through any bank, and they have given you an account in Kampala or any other region. This bank in Tororo or any bank you're using through an agent is giving you a payment service. Remember, some of these services that banks give you, and we're talking of commercial bank, not Bank of Uganda, because that's a government institution, but here we are giving a service as a business. The bank is a regulated institution, and the government through Bank of Uganda regulates us, but at the same time, we're also a business that has to answer through shareholders, and some of you are shareholders through either capital markets and those kind of fronts. But back to the question, to be clear, if a bank has a business of providing payment services, that means it is going to charge for that service because it has agents whom they have to pay, and they pay per transaction. So that's, I think, straightforward. But generally, as banks, when you are paying me for my loan that I've given to you, I've not seen a bank that charge for that. But if they're there, I think we'll have to go specific. But me, I've been in many banks, Mr. Governor, and I've not seen a bank that charges directly for paying their own loans. Thank you. Then the second one was somebody who put money in a bank, but then it was very difficult to get it after selling his cows. They talked of equity. I have never been in equity banks, so I will speak generally that possibly it's a KYC issue, and KYC is know your customer. That speaks to the source of funds. So when you're opening these accounts, normally we ask for what is the expected inflows, and we also tend to know our customers to know what is the normal inflows that are likely to go through those accounts. But also we allow one-offs. One-offs can be I've sold land, and if I sell land or I've sold my cows, or I want to invest in something that's unusual. But this, I'll advise members here to engage with the banks, especially when you're doing a transaction that is not normally registered with the institution. I'll not go into details to explain that Uganda has been uplifted from a bad list, which they're calling gray list, to a better one now. But all in all, involve and get engaged with your banks. Then if a specific matter is to Equity Bank, I request Mr. Governor that Equity Bank speaks to that particular issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Governor. My name is Alex Wakadala. I'm the branch manager, Equity Bank, Tororo. I will respond specifically to this case where a customer sold cows and it was not possible for the customer to access their funds. Just like my colleague has spoken about this, we normally have suspicious transactions on accounts, and when they happen, we reach out to customers so that we get to know how they got that money into their accounts. Some of them respond, others do not, because we know the inconvenience they would go through in the event they want to access their funds. Now, this particular customer did not respond. But even then, after being engaged to provide a source of funds, the customer was hesitant, which raises more suspicion of the source of the funds. Though he alleges he had sold cows and goats, that was discovered at a later time. If it was the case in the first place, why was the customer hesitant to declare that information first time? So I want to urge the customers, if you are sure of the source of the funds, tell it first time so that we clear it in the interest of time and your transaction is cleared. But we, as banks, we normally pay attention to details in regard to KYC of our customers. So it was not that the bank was unable to release the funds. We have quite often such transactions and they are cleared and customers have no complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, can you address the second question on charges?
Thank you, Governor. I will go straight to the comment. I think it was more of a comment from Geoffrey from Church of Uganda. Geoffrey says that the mobile money charges are quite high. Governor, there are three aspects of charges on mobile money. The first component is when you're sending. The second one is when you're withdrawing. And the third one could be when you're making a payment, say for utilities. But also just to mention that if you look back 5 to 10 years ago, we've seen a lot of improvement in these charges. And just to give you a bit of statistics, when you look at those that transact on mobile money, over 93% of the transactions are below 50,000. And for that, when you're sending an amount below below 60,000, you charge 500 for sending. Anything above that is about 1,000. Exceeding 1 million is when you could be charged maybe about 1,500. The issue now comes in when you want to pull out the funds. Because what we've seen, to a large extent, somebody deposits the funds and later the funds are cashed out. And just like borrowing from the CEO of ABC Bank, these are financial institutions that are also in the business of making money. Part of the reasons why the withdrawal charges seem to be slightly high, and not extremely high anyway, is to keep the money in the ecosystem, using the funds electronically and not necessarily pulling it out in cash. So what we try to encourage consumers, why would you remove the money when you received it on mobile money? Why wouldn't you rather go and also use mobile money when you're making payments either in shops or wherever you're going? Again, it's incumbent that we need to give you choices, whether you want to use mobile money or you have other options that you can use at your convenience. It's the role of the consumer to make that informed choice on which mechanisms they want to use. I think that partly answers. While we are saying the charges are high, we have seen it drop significantly over the past 5 years. And there are initiatives that the Bank of Uganda is trying to implement to make sure that these charges keep going down over time. And one of them, we are trying to look at having a system that can enable you to transfer funds from either your bank or even between the different mobile money service providers at a very lower cost. Governor, if you may allow me encourage these consumers to use the mobile money without necessarily picking it out. Part of the withdrawal fee is to make you not remove the funds from your wallet, but rather send somebody the money instead of removing it and using it in cash. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to answer the questions. The first question about age limit. Among the criteria for ineligibility of access to the funds, there's nothing about age limit, meaning that it shouldn't have been a showstopper. I am not aware of the other conditions that were presented that could have led to the bank refusing to give credit to this particular person, but age limit has never been a showstopper. When it comes to the gentleman involved in cashew nut trade, I can see quite a few areas where you can benefit from the scheme, because generally speaking, value addition to the agriculture chain is supported. It could be from the inputs, from the buying of the seedlings. It could be from agro-processing. Maybe you've harvested, you want to add value to so that the product is finally ready for the consumer. There are many areas where I can see you can benefit from the scheme. But like I said earlier, your proposal has to be brought up to a participating financial institution to evaluate the whole project, because there are other parameters that are taken into consideration, like your credit rating. I have no idea, but at a glance, I believe you are eligible. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, if the first round of questions have been ably answered, then we could switch to the written questions.
Okay, thank you. We did get some written questions, and I think we should first of all attend to those before we take another second round of the questions I hear. The first written question is, how can a client know if the financial institution is supported by Bank of Uganda? I think the board member from the Deposit Protection Fund was very clear on this, that there are three categories of financial institutions that are protected by Bank of Uganda. These are commercial banks, which we call Tier 1 institutions. These are banks that are supervised by Bank of Uganda. The commercial banks, Tier 1 institutions, and then we have the credit institutions, which are Tier 2 institutions, and then deposit-taking institutions, micro-deposit-taking institutions, which are Tier 3. Those are the ones supervised by Bank of Uganda, and there is an arrangement that their deposits up to 10 million shillings are protected under the Deposit Protection Fund. And then, of course, beyond that, whenever a bank is closed, then Bank of Uganda does a liquidation, and any amount that's outstanding for the non-insured deposits and then handle according to the proceeds realized from the liquidation. And then the second question is, what can a client do if the collateral is the security provided for the loan is lost within the bank? I am going to ask the bankers what they have been doing. I'm learning that some of the collateral gets lost. Is that true? So if it gets lost, what should a client do? That question is for Wilbrod to respond. Then the other one is about interest rates, that financial institutions are making women lose lives because of their interest rates. And is there any way that the banks can lower the interest rates? I think I am going to leave that one to banks again. Wilbrod, you will choose who will answer that. And then I'll give a general picture about why interests are high. And then again, what can we do to regulate interest rates that are set by commercial banks? I'll leave that on again to the bankers. And how can we play a role in the development of cottage industry in Uganda? I want to hear views from both the UBA, how we can play a role in the development of the cottage industry in Uganda. And then I will ask Hannington and Alex to make a contribution toward that question. What can we do to play a role in that? And then for the bank branches here in Tororo, there is a question. Someone's got a 50,000 shilling note, right? It is in good condition. And they're asking, how can I get change if I want smaller denominations? I don't know whether this person has gone to a bank and they have failed to get change. I'm not sure, but I want you to assure them that when they come and they have a genuine 50,000 and they're looking for smaller denomination, that they will get. And then the next one is that it's so hard for our people who are not employed with government to get loans in all the banks here in Tororo, apart from those with land titles and the rich ones with big businesses. So how can we help the people who are not employed with government to get loans? I think we will address that one jointly, both the bankers and then Bank of Uganda. And then this one is about online credit facilities, which are very, very expensive and exploiting the borrowers. And they are asking us whether we are aware of this and what remedies is being put across to address this. Okay, I'll address this one. Huntington, you'll say something about that, and I'll say something about it. And then there's one, Ivan, this is for you. What is a yield to maturity? And a coupon interest rate. What's the difference between yield to maturity and a coupon interest? And then why does Bank of Uganda conduct private placements of bonds and then bond switches? They are non-calendar based. Again, Ivan, you will respond to that. I'll respond to the question on the cryptocurrencies. So let's take those ones first, starting with the UPA covering all the questions that are posed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor, and we thank you for the questions that have been put across. Let me start with one of the questions that was mentioned. How does the public know that this institution is licensed by Bank of Uganda? And I think it's a big problem. Like the governor said, and the secretary as well, regulated financial institutions are in certain categories: tier 1 commercial banks, the tier 2, the credit financial institutions, and the deposit taking. But the financial sector has expanded over a period. And there is another lower tier from the tier 4s and so on. And there are circles, there are numerous money lenders today. There are also digital lenders today. So the category that falls below that has traditionally been licensed by the Microfinance Regulatory Authority. However, of late, there are individual money lenders, just an individual like me and you. I speak to you quickly, sort out, not even regulated completely. There are also online money lenders. And in the process, we do acknowledge there are conduct issues. There are indiscipline issues. There are issues of methods of recovery that can be very rough. I think somebody talked about a stick, guns, and so on. That is quite acknowledged, but unfortunately, some of them fall outside the regulation of the banking sector. However, because they play a role across the national financial sector, of course it is a concern. It is a concern. The Minister of Finance, the UMRA, the whole idea, and the Financial Sector Stability Forum, which has all the various regulators, are working to see that how do we ensure conduct in the market on financial transactions is reasonable. But the number one method is awareness and consciousness by the receivers or consumers of financial services themselves. So that as these things happen, and like it has been raised here, they get to be known so that they are dealt with. Because sometimes, like I said, if some of them are outside the supervision or oversight of the central bank, it is difficult. And some are really intentionally unscrupulous, particularly some online lenders, and predatory in nature. So I think it is a continuous effort to try and bring these out and deal with them. And some of these can then become criminal. I think Ministry of Finance has also prescribed recently through Parliament a specific control framework in the conduct of such lenders. The second one was, what should a client do if the bank loses your collateral? So typically, in a lending transaction, if you place the collateral, the bank would put a legal mortgage on that collateral. And therefore, if the bank or institution loses that collateral, the bank is responsible. And they must, especially when you have finished your facility, if you want your title back, they must give you your title. If it is lost, misplaced, there must be a replacement of that title. Because it was in custody for a purpose, and when that purpose is over, they should make good. So if there are any such cases, it is the responsibility of the financial institution to return to you good title so that you are not at a loss. So under no circumstances should a financial institution then fail to give you back your title. And of course, there are numerous remedies, both in law and as well as regulatory. Of course, the first being the regulator, and then other means, particularly legal. But the bank would certainly be at fault if they lost your title. The third question was around interest rates. That's the price of money at which lending happens. So the business of financial institutions is to sell money. That's the product. The way a soda company sells soda, or a manufacturing company, whatever manufacturing company, any product that you sell. The products for financial institutions is money. And typically they sell it at a price. I think the debate is, it is high. That is the real question. And obviously, as a country, we are not comfortable with where it is compared to the region or other parts of the world. But there are factors, many factors that drive the price of lending. And they are all rotating around the operating environment. Of course, whereas financial institutions need a profit for providing that service, ideally what you are saying, it should not be way out of range. But there are typical costs of running financial institutions. Beyond the operational costs of their systems and staff, there are other costs, particularly when they put into context the challenges they are faced with when they lend the money out, in terms of recovery, in terms of getting to court and how long it takes, the numerous injunctions some stubborn borrowers put in place, and the risk premium, considering that certain sectors are risky. There is also what we call the opportunity cost. If it didn't lend this money and placed it with instruments through government borrowing, what would have been the return? So that you find when a government typically borrows a lot and borrows at a premium, let's say 12%, which we typically call risk-free. The starting point for a bank then is to say, if I didn't lend a customer and instead lent it to government, and government is willing to pay me 12%. If I'm to lend you then, I must get a better rate than government because of the other risks that are involved. And then finally, there's a margin that adds. So typically, all those are determined by the macroeconomic environment of the country, the risk framework, the opportunity cost, alternative sources of investing, and the operating environment. And those are fairly high in Uganda as a country compared to some of the developed countries. Now, depending on the financial institution, and this depends on what we call their total asset base or strategies. Some banks are higher, some maybe not as high as the other banks. Now, those unique aspects depend on the efficiency of a particular financial institution, the strategy of that financial institution, the customer segment of that financial institution. Some banks lend only to corporate companies. Others lend the lowest person in the segment. And they attach a risk premium to some of those costs. I think as stakeholders in our country, is to continue bringing about efficiency in different sectors of the economy, including government and its appetite to spend. Those in totality determine the macros and pricing of credit in a country. The other question was, how can the cottage industry be built? As a sector, we are currently reviewing how to respond and support to government, provide support to government's strategy for growth of the economy. And the government's plan for 2040 is to grow the economy tenfold and includes selecting certain sectors, which is agro-processing, tourism, mineral-based development, including oil, gas, and other minerals, and science and technology. The cotton industry has what we call a value chain. So once you pick cotton, and this region, our home region here, has previously been famous for cotton growth. And there are many products that come with cotton, the seed, the cooking oil, the actual yarn for making clothes, and so on. So across each of those is what we call the value chains. And then, of course, the processing aspects. Typically, there are agriculturals, which are from the primary stage, but they're also value-added processing stages. At each of these stages, there's an opportunity for extending credit to expand the operations. But typically, any typical lender, the first thing that we consider when you come to borrow is where will the repayment come from? In other words, do you have a buyer for whatever you are producing so that the banker is sure the lending will be repaid? After that, after a lender has seen that, then they will look at other things. The collateral you are placing in case something goes wrong, and so on and so forth. But there's also something called willingness to pay, because we have numerous borrowers in our market who may have the capacity, but the willingness is not there. So I think it is possible for the cotton or cottage industries, and cottage refers to very many other things other than just cotton, across different types of businesses that then grow and become larger. But typically, the starting point is as long as there's demand, what we call an off-taker, then we start seeing the cash flows, where the cash flows will come from, then the opportunity to lend becomes more visible. Thank you very much.
Can I ask Ivan, Alex, and Huntington to briefly respond to the questions? Ivan?
Thank you. There was a question on the difference between yield to maturity and coupon payment. The yield to maturity is essentially the total rate of return on a bond an investor would expect to earn if they are to hold that bond to maturity, taking into consideration the current price of that bond. So if you that would be the estimated rate on that bond. On the other hand, the coupon rate is the fixed interest that a bond earns. And in our case, we have a semi-annual coupon payment arrangement. So if you're holding a bond and it's say the interest for purposes of this discussion is 10%, the coupon rate is 10%, then you'd expect to earn if your bond is 1 million and it has a coupon rate of 10%, then annually you would earn 100,000, but that 100,000 would be split into 2 coupon payments, so you'd earn 50,000 after 6 months, and then the other 50,000 at the end of the 1 year. And then there was a question about private placement. So here, again, we have 2 types of ways in which the government can mobilize funds through treasury bills and bonds. We have the auction, where we receive bids from the participating investors, where they determine or they indicate the amount they want to to invest and a price at which they want to invest. So in that case, the borrowing entity, which is government, cannot determine the rate at which or that is going to be quoted by the investors. So it's the investing entity that will quote the interest rate and the quantum that they want to invest. Now, that, of course, has some challenges because you're depending on the market or those that want to invest in terms of the price and the quantity that you will get, or the quantum. Now, for the private placement, here you will set a price and also a quantum, and then approach prospective investors and then interest them in making the investment. So you as a borrower have some control over the quantum and the price through these private placements. And then on the bond switches, essentially here, a borrower is managing their cash flows, and they may request an investor to extend the maturity of the bonds that they have for the borrower, for the investor to be able to extend for them to be able to manage their cash flows. So of course, there is a commitment from the borrower that when the bonds mature, then the investor should be able to get their funds. But a bond switch, so if they provide a bond switch, it's up to the investor to decide if they want to take up the switch, which would now lead to a longer maturity, and of course they would earn more from that, or if they need to take out the money, they can. So the switch allows the investor to take out longer maturity, and also enables the borrower to better manage their cash flows.
Okay, thank you. Huntington and Lex, very briefly, in the interest of time.
Thank you, Governor. The issue of how to contribute to the cottage industry has been competently responded to by Wilbrod, and I don't think I'll add anything to that. But allow me, Mr. Governor, to respond to the one of online credit. Yesterday we talked about this issue, but I understand, I appreciate the audience is different. Let me re-emphasize it. Online credit, the way it happens is that you get messages, loans. Someone says, I have a loan. You pay 9% per month. They don't say per month. They say 9%, we can lend you up to 1 million shillings or even more. Now, it is you, the recipient of the message, to make a decision whether you actually need this loan or not. Okay? The challenge yesterday through it, the bankers, the institutions that are supervised by Bank of Uganda. The reason these online credit businesses offering online credit are still in business is because you, the regulated institutions, you've allowed them to be there. If these messages were coming from regulated institutions, we wouldn't have these online lenders and the Bayports of this world that we talked about earlier. Create awareness about the services you offer, and the people will flock to your places of business. I'll appeal to the public. These banks have more money than you can actually ask for. Bankers, please make yourselves available and accessible. We wouldn't be having conversations of people complaining about very expensive loans. I appreciate, and indeed Wilbrod has explained that the credit from banks is also expensive, but you can't compare the rate that the public pays on loans from banks to how much they pay from money lenders. Money lenders can charge you as high as 10% per month, which comes to 120% per year. Yet a bank may charge you between 18 to 20 or 25 maximum. So it's about public awareness. Please, bankers, please, bridge that gap so that we have different conversations going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. On the question of how can Bank of Uganda support the cottage industry, I'll answer it in three ways. One, from the perspective of where I sit in the payment systems department and what I've been seeing, especially for the financial technology companies, moving just beyond payments, but also digitizing the other value chains. We've seen some of the fintechs that are in payments partnering in a way that they're able to to digitize the entire value chain for the different sectors, from agriculture to also a cottage industry. How does that help? While the institutions that we license only provide the rails, but they also, for payments, they also help in terms of these different sectors, especially the SMEs, being able to access the raw materials, and also their history from the payment perspectives enables them get credit for that matter. On the second issue, and it's what Bank of Uganda really does under strategy of financial inclusion, for financial literacy, sorry, we do create awareness in personal financial management on a regular basis. And if I may mention, we've trained, one of the things that we do is to train trainers of trainers who are able to expand this information to the different communities. In Tororo in particular, we have about 36 trainers that we've trained, but we also do regular awareness. We enable, especially the SMEs and the community, learn how to manage their money well, which I think is something very good for that cottage industry. But also generally on the third component, there are other things that the bank is doing relating to credit infrastructure within the framework of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, expanding the coverage of credit registry to also include other sectors that were currently not included under the current framework. We think that will improve or reduce information asymmetry and therefore enable these different sectors access credit easily. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to take another round of questions, but before that, the RDC will have to respond as well, and then we can take the very last round of questions.
Thank you, Governor, for allowing me to stand up again. There was a question I was expecting from our populace, but I know some people maybe are cooking it up. In the recent, government talks about Islamic banking, and the Muslims, the Islamic teaching proclaims against interest, that is riba. And we as the government don't want to leave people behind. May I take this singular honor to ask the governor to explain to all people who are seated here issues on Islamic banking so that they would take it as a point of interest. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So we can take the other round of questions, but when we're answering, we'll start with Islamic banking. So we're only taking 5. And the lucky 5, I can see 1, 2, 3. Okay, so your name and just one question. Just one question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Rose Christina, Dikini District Councillor. My concern in banks, it is good, the governor, you are here. Banks and disability. In Tororo, if the entry is not very steep, it is very slippery. What do you expect out of that? More disability. And my register in Tororo is full up. Bwana Governor, this is the high time. You should accommodate us all. in a good environment.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping time. Question number 2. Sir, kindly, one question.
My name's Mark Olwenyo Mala, a senior citizen in Tororo district. I operate agent banking for nearly all these banks around Tororo and Bale, except KCB. I also operate mobile money agency. Now, the taxes that I'm suffering when operating these agencies is almost the taxes equivalent to what a financial institution is paying. Is it possible to transform myself into a financial institution or a bank?
Thank you. The people asking are doing me a good favor. They are keeping time. The third person.
Thank you so much. My name is Adiope Amos. I'm a councillor in Tororo Municipal Council. My question is, when these banks give loans to people who qualify for salary loans, I am very sure that these entities are entities that are trusted and they are not moving away. But why is it that some banks actually sometimes you might be somewhere very far and you want to transact anyway? That is one of them. Then 2, it's very hard for us to understand these days the charges on ATMs. When you're withdrawing more money, you pay more, and yet it used to be uniform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have 2 more.
Thank you. I'm called Masede Gerardi, the chairperson, LOC3, Morgatipe Sub-County. My concern is 1, Bank of Uganda. I want to ask the manager, Bank of Uganda, how did the thieves access to steal money in the bank? And also, Ugandans are worried that their money are not safe. How did the thieves access the Bank of Uganda to steal money?
We have the very last one.
Thank you, Governor, and all our guests who have visited us. My name is Ofono Stanislas Toto. I am the chairperson LC3 for Sukuru Town Council. Mine is a concern, and I don't know, as a regulator, how you are going to help us, especially now that we are having a mind of production, especially agriculture. We have suffered in a way that whenever our farmers embrace farming, at the time of planting, the prices are different. And when the farmers respond positively, you realize that the prices go to almost I should say it becomes meaningless to do farming. We have seen this in Serere for those who embrace fruit farming. We have seen this in Busoga, those who were going for sugarcane. The price of sugarcane fell even below what they can bear. We have seen this in Tororo when PDM embraced cassava planting. At the time of planting, it was 1,000 a kilo. It came down even up to, I am told, 300 in some areas. So as government, how are we going to secure the future of these farmers? Because it is bringing a problem.
Governor, that marks the very end of the questions, and I now request you to handle the answering aspect of it.
Okay, thank you very much for this round of questions. So again, I'm going to delegate, but later on, I'm going to summarize the key issues that are coming out of the discussion. But for now, allow me to request the team that I've come with to respond to these issues, then I will submit afterwards. Haji Sadiq, you raised a very important issue about Islamic banking. I think it is good we tell the public where we stand in as far as Islamic banking is concerned. So I'll ask Huntington to respond to that. And then Ross, you raised a question about access facilities for the disabled. And you are concerned that banks in Tororo do not provide such facilities, and therefore creating chances of more disability because the floor is slippery, they cannot. So maybe I would ask the banks represented here from Tororo to tell us what they're doing about improving access facility. Maybe one person from Tororo, from any branch. And then, Mark, you talked about agent banking and the taxes you're paying equivalent to those of a financial institution. So you want to transform to a financial institution since you're already paying the taxes. So Huntington, I'll ask you to tell Mark what it takes to transform to a financial institution. Amos, your question was to deal with, I forgot the question. What did you ask Amos? I didn't. The closure of accounts when you don't have the funding. Can you be a response to that? And then Stanislaus, a very good question. I will respond to that question in your, in my closing remarks. This is about the fluctuation of prices and the discouragement that it brings to the farmers. Now, Gerard, we are constrained to answer your question because this matter is in the courts, and therefore commenting on it will be like sub judice. So let me ask Huntington, please.
Thank you very much, Governor, once again for the opportunity. And let me also take this opportunity to thank the RDC and do so most sincerely because you've added a lot of value to this engagement. Even yesterday, you added a lot of value. And you've talked about the issue of Islamic banking. For the majority of us who are not Muslims, we've always known the conventional banking practices. You go to a bank, you open up an account, you make your savings, you borrow, and you pay interest on the loan and pay the loan as well. Now, under the Sharia law, the practice is a little bit different. When a bank, an Islamic leaning bank, lends money to you, they are interested in the business you're going to engage in, such that the returns you generate, you share them. If you make profits, the bank will make profits as well. If you make losses, the bank takes a share in the losses as well. That is how Sharia works. That's why they call it, that's why they say it is banking without interest. Now, Bank of Uganda has amended the laws of banking to accommodate Islamic banking, either to open up a fully fledged Islamic bank or for the conventional banks that are interested in engaging in Islamic banking to open up a window for those that are interested in engaging in Islamic banking. Islamic banking is not restricted to only Muslims. Even you, a non-Muslim, if you think it works for you and you're ready and prepared to respect the rules of Islamic banking, you can engage in Islamic banking. Right now, we have a bank called Salam Bank. It offers Islamic banking in Uganda. So for those who are interested in engaging in Islamic banking, yes, the environment in Uganda is open and it is ready. The next point was about disability. I know governors has sent it to the bankers, but also from the perspective of the regulator, when you're opening up premises, new premises, it is now a requirement from Bank of Uganda that you establish a ramp for people with disability to be able to enter the banking premises. A ramp that is slippery, I think that one will be addressed by the bankers themselves, but our intention is not to have it to be slippery, but to be conducive for people with disability to be able to access the banking services. At least in our framework, it is there. Now, bankers, the ball is in your courts. Make these ramps very conducive. Thank you. Thank you. Madam, what we shall do after this engagement, we shall have an engagement with the banks so that we can agree on the practices going forward. We shall have a follow-up meeting and then we resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. Let me, on behalf of all the member banks, speak to the issue of disability. And I thank you for your question, Councillor. I think you have made a very important point about accessibility of services for persons differently abled. Last year, in 2024, in March, we met with the leadership of the National Union of Persons with Disability in Uganda. The right to services and equity and no discrimination whatsoever is embedded in the constitution of the country. And Nudipu raised a lot of concerns, which she has very ably put across this morning or afternoon. She talked about, Nudipu raised not just ramps and physical challenges in accessing services. They even mentioned some ATMs are high for persons who, have problems with the legs. They mentioned those who are blind, unable to be properly assisted to access services. They mentioned, and therefore sometimes there were security guards and so on, you may end up exposing your PIN, and in the process they defraud you. They mentioned challenges of inability to read properly, say, loan agreement, because somebody can't be assisted. They mentioned lots of challenges, including signing signature mandates. Some people have difficulty, they shake. Challenges in signing mandates and so on and so on. So first of all, Governor, she's very right. And the industry acknowledges those problems. What did we then do? So after the meeting with Nudipu, we had a meeting of all chief executives of banks and shared the various issues. Some of the issues Nudipu mentioned were quite serious, just pure discrimination by bank staff in dealing with persons with disability. And they mentioned different names of banks, specific branches where somebody said, I will not deal with that person, or being rude. So first, we acknowledge that there are issues. We also acknowledge that it is an inspection item by the regulator and requirements of banks. What did we do? Once we met with the chief executives, we categorized the various issues into what can we do in the short or medium term and what can we do in the longer term. The first issue was how bank staff treat people with disabilities. And we assigned our heads of HR, human resource, to prepare training programs and remind all staff of the legal aspects that all persons constitutionally are required to provide equity to all disabled customers and stakeholders, including non-discrimination, and go through a training program. The second were the other physical aspects. Ramps are one of them, inability to read, and putting in place infrastructure to support persons disabled. Some of them have capital expenditure implications and require time, including changing processes within the bank. It was then agreed that every bank quantifies what is required to make the changes and gets their respective board approvals for that CapEx expenditure to make those changes. We also agreed, thirdly, to work with NUDIPU, because NUDIPU has experts in training, in guiding, in helping. And NUDIPU clearly agreed that we are not saying do everything at once. Do it over, as long as you are doing and sorting. So we agreed and to work with NUDIPU to address those challenges. So first I want to acknowledge that it is true, what she's saying is true, and what is important is for us to work on them. And work on them for whatever we can do quickly, and those that we can, we work with them to address those problems. So I want to assure you, Governor, that as UBA, that's a matter that was raised, and those are the steps we are taking to work on that particular matter. I didn't quite get Amos's question. If the moderator, you may just ask him to quickly summarize it again. But there was a question about banks blocking accounts for salaried employees of civil servants and so on. Ideally, the bank should then engage the customers and let them know why they are blocked, because there must be a reason why they block these accounts. So financial institutions lend to civil servants, and there are certain civil service standards. We don't lend more than 40, I think it's 40% of the net salary, so that the civil servant remains with something, the other 60%. Currently, there are multiple lenders in the market, apart from banks. We spoke about other lenders, some of them not regulated, some of them regulated under the Consumer Microfinance Regulatory Authority, and some of them online lenders. The government, together with the industry, has tried to put a system so that once a civil servant has taken a loan, other lenders who want to try and lend that same civil servant are constrained because of the limit. Because we are only supposed to lend in a manner that 60% of the salary, the civil servant remains with it. But some of the lenders, some of them, many of them not properly regulated, go ahead and lend beyond. And you find that sometimes when the salary comes, that 60%, which was the balance, is even owed to other lenders. And in the process, the bank sometimes want to recover their portion. But specific cases could be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. But on the whole, that has been the problem. I want to call upon the CAOs, heads of departments that sign these loans, that always stick, and there's a system now in place, an electronic online system, the HCM system of government, that you ensure that the affordability percentages and the balance that the civil servant remains with cannot be exposed to other lenders, because it is creating a crisis. Because suddenly, all the lenders, banks, money lenders, other licensed lenders, all are suddenly indebted to civil servants because they have borrowed more than 40%. And all the money then ends up being taken away. And sometimes others are smarter, they have other ways, and other lenders get exposed. So we have that challenge. It's something we are dealing with. We have engaged the Consumer Lenders Association that the practice is hurting not just the civil servants, but all financial institutions as well. And therefore, as we borrow, let's be careful about the appetite for borrowing, because the capacity to pay is critical. I don't know whether you've got Amos's question.
Amos, just a fair and summarized bit of your question. Just go to the point.
Thank you once again. My question is, well, we take salary loans, but there are sometimes delays in payments, and by government, not even by private sectors. And whenever there are these delays, by the time you get to know it, you cannot access your account. And then I also talked about yes, why would they block my account or any other person's account, yet the person in charge of these payments is government?
I think we may have to discuss a little more, because typically what the bank is doing, there's what they call a standing order. So that blockage comes in, it is just waiting for any money to come in and recover. That's why it is not blocked, but it is sniffing for any little, because it is trying to recover in the system. So that any money that comes, it recovers it. And that's why it is in that sort of blocked state. And it is caused by the problem that we have been having. So I take the point, and around blockages, as I said, some cases may be specific, and some of the member banks are here. You could give some additional examples. Why does you block when it is government? Sometimes government also doesn't pay in time. I think that's another truth which we must deal with. And say pay civil servants in time, because they're also taking loans. When you cripple the banks, you cripple the financial system. Okay? Or sometimes, because you have borrowed and given a standing instruction, we have seen some civil servants divert salary to other accounts. Diversion. Okay? And that causes problems. So they are really operational day-to-day. Some civil servants will divert, will stop this and that. And it is the administrators and other responsible district officials approving some of these things. All government agencies have votes. The industry, we have got a whole set of people constantly dealing with loan recovery issues of government civil servants because of the numerous things. So some of them I will ask specifics if any other member can add, but those are the issues we are dealing with. Some require engaging government, others, it is a certain amount of discipline required from the borrower's side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know the CEO of Baroda, you have anything you want to add?
Thank you, Governor. But Wilbert very ably summed it up that nowadays in the era of everything happening with the systems, computers, so the loan accounts are typically linked with the saving accounts or the current accounts. So on the due date of recovery, that much amount will get under lien. So till that amount is satisfied, no other withdrawals will happen. So that is what I think he's referring to as the blocking of the account. Thank you.
Okay, I think, so colleagues, I think we have tried to answer all the questions that have been posed. Now we got a number of handwritten questions that have not been attended to. I want to find out from the Director of Communication, is there a way we can respond to these questions in writing as well? And what kind of access can be given to the public to see the responses to these questions? Because they have done a good job in asking us questions, but time has not been on our side to respond to all these questions.
Thank you, Governor. We have a team here who have been taking the questions. We will compile all these questions and then get responses. And these responses will be put up on our website and on our social media accounts. But for those who have very specific questions that are to do with either their own personal experiences with the banks or otherwise, I request you to provide your contact details to the BOU staff around, and we will answer directly through your contacts to you, either by email or by by a message, short message, or even a phone call.
Okay, thank you, Director of Communications. So can I hand over these 2 years?
For the general questions, yes, we will put them up on the website. The specific ones will respond directly to the individual participants that have asked those questions, if you can give us your contacts.
Okay, so again, because of time constraints, we have not been able to address all the written questions. But I want to pick up on 3 key issues which I thought were very, very important. The first one, I think it was asked by Stanislaus. You asked a very good question about the price signals that sometimes discourage farmers. I think looking at the PDM story, I think government has tried to put in place pillars to support this PDM, including marketing. So I think the challenge that we have is the post-harvest management of the crops that you allude to. You talk about the citrus farmer in Serere failing to sell the fruits. I mean, that is a serious issue. When the citrus factory was constructed in Soroti, it was really for that reason, that how do we deal with the citrus farmers? Now, of course, that factory has had some challenges, and I want to believe that those challenges are being addressed. And if they are addressed, the issue of the citrus farmers in Soroti and other parts of the country should be addressed. One of the reasons was to provide an offtake for the citrus products from the region through value addition. And that is how we think that things should have been sorted out about the collapsing prices of the citrus products. But more generally, value addition is key to all the things here. You talk about the sugarcane farmers. You talk about the cassava farmers. PDM has provided money where those at the bottom of the pyramid have actually increased on their production. But as a result, prices of like cassava has collapsed. So what is the way to deal with that? Again, it's to do with the markets. Do we look at only the Ugandan market, or do we look at the regional market so that there is demand to offtake this increased production? But importantly, value addition. How can we get bioenergy from cassava? Things like biothermal and biogas can actually be tapped from cassava. So again, it goes back to the vision of government of value addition, particularly as farmers increase on their output. I think now what we need to focus on is how can we provide more financing for the equipment to take up this value addition. Creating of bioenergy, things like biothermal and biogas, I think is something that can be handled even through our agricultural credit facility. I don't know, Hajara, we might have to look into this, because I'm sure if there are some innovators who are out there who are thinking outside the box, they should be able to really look into this and see how to create bioenergy out of this excess cassava production. So again, I want to challenge us, right? Looking for opportunities, we're looking for money. But the ideas surrounding addition become very, very important. Even for sugar cane, right? Sugar cane is not only for producing sugar. Electricity can be generated from sugar cane. And if you take a place like to add this to the national electricity grid. So how can we step up such things so that the ethanol that is energy that's produced from sugar cane, kind of like mitigate collapse in the sugar cane prices. So the story is about value addition and expansion of markets, particularly regional markets. Things like South Sudan, the DRC, they take up a lot of agricultural produce from Uganda. So how can we deal with that? And maybe the other thing that we need to consider also as a bank is how can we work with the agricultural institutions like NARO to minimize or to prolong post-harvest shelf life by addressing issues such as managing of these pesticides. When you harvest your crops and you dry them, and after 6 months they have been invaded by pests, and they are no longer as as useful as they should have been. So maybe we need to invest some more money in pest management for some of these harvests in order to promote their shelf life through very simple technologies such as drying and what have you, so that we can maintain a fairly constant price level given the fluctuation caused by seasonalities in this crop production. So, Stanislaus, you raised a very good point. It is the emphasis now on value addition, broader regional markets, and maybe pest management after harvesting. These are issues that we really need to take up as a central bank. We will try to advocate with the concerned institutions. And then earlier on, I was talking about institutions that actually are protected under Bank of Uganda in terms of deposits. I did mention 3 tiers, but I forgot to mention the fact that there are some circles now of a certain threshold level that are being supervised by Bank of Uganda. They are, of course, under the tier 4. Now, by virtue of their size, they are going to be supervised by Bank of Uganda. So we have so far licensed 1 large circle, and there are 2 in the pipeline. There are 2 pipeline applications at the tail end. So these are also expected to benefit from the Deposit Protection Fund by regulation because they are being supervised by Bank of Uganda. So those will be the new entrants to to the institutions that are protected by Bank of Uganda through the DPF. And then there was a question about, I'm a poor guy, I don't have access to financing from the commercial banks. Yeah, that's a very unfortunate thing, but let's try to look at what are the things that we have available around. So we talked about things like agricultural credit facility coming through blockchain. If you poor guys who are growing cassava, who are growing some commercial crops can come around as a group, I think that should be able to address your concern because you don't have a land title, but you've come together as a group and you want to access some credit for the basic inputs. I think you are able to get that because there is no collateral that is required. All that is needed from you is, your organization as a group, and then how are you going to get that? And I think there you are able to get some credit. And also taking advantage of the PDM. PDM is meant to benefit most of the producers who have been excluded from the financial sector, but they have some capacity to increase on their output. So I think you could also consider going back to see how you can form a circle at the parish level and access some of this credit. We do not really expect everyone to get financing from the banks because the banks have got their own model of extending credit. And if you don't fit in that model, then I think you need to look at the available model. So I think the one that I can really assure you of right now that's available is the PDM, the Agricultural Credit Facility, the Small Business Recovery Fund. These are some of the things that you can actually benefit from. And then there are some, maybe for graduates. There are a number of young, brilliant guys who are looking for jobs, but they can't get jobs. But some banks have established what we call some innovation hubs, right, where you can go and demonstrate that you have an idea, right, which if funded, you can actually generate a sustainable stream of income. So young graduates who have some ideas, those ideas can be funded by some financial institutions so that you are able to generate some product to keep you going. So of course we're thinking into this, how can we take advantage of the youth who are skilled, who have the necessary, what it takes, but they don't have any financing. I think that's what we really need to work on. How can we promote more of this innovation hub so that we can attract funding for ideas? And then before I conclude, I wanted also to add something on the Islamic banking. A bank like Salam has already begun offering some products like real estate, vehicle leasing, and what have you. But more importantly, at a much more macro level, we are thinking of introducing fixed income products like Sukuk instruments, Sukuk bonds, where projects are going to be identified by the government of Uganda. They will be prepared according to, for uptake according to Sharia law, Islamic banking principles. And we believe that should be able to provide a significant avenue to grow some of the Islamic products. What has kind of like constrained the growth of this is, to some extent, some laws, but also to some extent, we are still trying to identify which products can fit into the Ugandan market. That's why some of the things, but we are working around the clock to see that those products are given. And then finally, the issue of charges through this mobile money. I think Alex ably explained, we have options. If I send you money into your wallet, how are you going to incur costs with that money? You are going to incur costs with that money. If you are going to cash it out, if you are going to withdraw it, there's going to be a charge. But you also have an option not to withdraw and still. If you are a parent and you've sold maybe your goat, you've sold your cow, you sold your cassava, and money has been put into your mobile money wallet, to avoid paying those charges, the next time you are transacting out of your wallet, ask the person for whom you are buying a good or a service, or you are going to pay school fees for your child going back to school. Ask the school whether they have a mobile money account. If they have a mobile money account, just ask for their number and transfer that. I don't think there's a charge on that. So if you keep on just using that ecosystem, using payments from wallet to wallet, I don't think you'd incur as much charges as you would when you keep cashing out. So we also have a role to play. You choose, if you want to cash it out, then of course you pay, those amount of money. Not that it is good, right? But one way to avoid those charges, since it is a big problem, is to keep money in the ecosystem, paying wallet to wallet, so that you don't incur those charges. Also for a central bank, it helps us, because if most people did that, then we would not have to print as much cash as we're doing right now. Because every time you cash out, you are voting that the central bank should be printing more and more currency. But if you don't cash out, you pay wallet to wallet, then it means you are voting that central bank don't print more currency notes and coins. We will do with this. And there, we will be able to even to contribute more towards our corporate social responsibility, because we are saving money, all right, from the printing of currency and notes. And therefore, we have more savings, and we can look around, okay, how else can we reward the people who have helped us save on this cost? Can we work on a hospital, a health for center, a health for medical facilities, some schools? How can we participate in afforestation and what have you? So I think I will request the leadership of Tororo to encourage the people of Tororo to see how they should minimize cashing out, which not only increases their costs, but also helps us in terms of reducing at the cost of printing currency and minting coins. And in that way, we all become winners in that situation. So on that note, I would like to thank you so much for this very productive engagement. It's been useful, and we are waiting for the responses to the written questions that you've asked us. So, when RDC, thank you so much for the support that you've given to this town hall right from yesterday. You've contributed significantly. I enjoyed your historical background to all these issues, and you provided a platform which fitted very well when you talked about Vision 2040 and how we are contributing towards that vision through our socio-economic transformation. It was a very good fit. And for the very, very important questions that you asked, which were really critical. And of course, to the rest of the district leadership, thank you so much for hosting us in this place. And we look forward to improved collaboration and also hearing more from you. This is not the end, all right? Post questions to us if there are any challenges, and we see how to address them, because at the end of the day, it becomes a win-win situation for all of us. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Governor, for the rich closing remarks and wrapping up the Q&A session. Next on the program is a vote of thanks by the Mayor, Tororo Municipal Council. But before that, I just want to inform you that we want to get feedback from you. So we have an evaluation form. But because we are desisting from a lot of printing and conserving the environment, it's going to be digital. We have 5 screens just close to where you are, and there is a QR code. That small box just below the screen is a QR code. Now it is displaying fully. Kindly scan it using your phone and be able to complete that form and give us feedback so that we can serve you better going forward. You could use your camera, just zoom out in your camera of the phone. Many of us have smartphones. Zoom out, then scan it. It will bring your form that you can complete and give us feedback. Alternatively, if you have a QR scanner, you can use that to scan it, complete the form, and give us feedback, which we can base on to see how best we can even serve you much better going forward. So kindly give us that feedback. At this point in time, I request whoever has a phone to focus on the screen closer to you to give us feedback before we actually close. We have 5 screens just within this hall. Just focus on the one which is nearest to you and give us that feedback because it is very, very important. Second announcement is that should there be a need for one-on-one with BOU or the banks, we have tents just outside this hall. Please reach out to them and be able to have a one-on-one touch with the banks. And then relatedly, Bank of Uganda has organized information materials for you that you can as well pick from the tents. So I'll come back with the very last or 2 announcements, but for now, let me take this unique honor, pleasure, and privilege of inviting the Mayor, Tororo Municipal Council, Honorable Orono Kenneth, to come and move a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Governor, Lugwara DC, technical leaders of the district, the municipality, and all the invited guests. Good afternoon. I take this singular honor, first of all, to join the many voices that have spoken here, to appreciate the appointment and to thank you for that elevation, my brother. I think for you who have been in attendance, it was the right choice. Give a hand clap for that. Because we have listened to him. It's the first time for me to sit near a Bank of Uganda governor. The way you had my LC5 talk with the humor. On record, I have never known of any day where the Bank of Uganda has been around in Tororo. But anyhow, always in a story, there is another story. So here today is another story that Tororo people have sat together with who? The Bank of Uganda. As they take home, there are many things we have learned. Profoundly, the issue of the agricultural funding. I was with my district production officer, and we were sharing, and I was asking him, is there any person of ours who has ever got this money? But along the way in the submissions, you heard him say, there was a challenge of some old man who wanted a co-funding. But you ably answered that. The other is, I want first of all to thank your team of Bank of Uganda. There was a lead team that came here a week ago. They did a very tremendous work here. And I think that's how you see many of these people have been mobilized. Because I personally was out for about 4 days in Masindi, but as I was getting feedback that many people had been mobilized, you have teamwork, which is very good for. Before I go ahead and move a vote of, say, closure and then a vote of thanks, there are certain issues that had been raised. And this one goes to my sister. she was actually becoming more or less emotional, the disabled. But government has gone around it. It's what they call the National Building Review Board. It's just because of time, my physical plan I would have taken you through. Governor, any public institution now, by law, has to have a ramp that can be used to manage the disabled group, both on crutches and the wheelchairs. It is now official. So any person, even for your purposes of managing your banks, it is in law now, you have to have that. The other one is, Ndugowor was talking about the ones that are not regularized. And it's the one commonly we run to get money. I think let's be change agents, the people who have attended this. Because we willingly go to these people and get loans from them. Then we only get back and complain when you are hit. Why do we wait for you to be first beaten when you have all this information? So Ndugowor, thank you for that. And then the members who have been in attendance, please, let's not be caught up in that trap. The other is the Governor on the social cooperative responsibility. Don't wait for Tororo to write to you. You already come from this place. You know our challenges. You ably narrated to us here about the rock. The rock is actually one of the things I'm trying to work on now. Other than the many times you have heard the quarrels of Tororo, trying to take a rock as a symbol of identity, a symbol of identity. The leadership of Tororo Municipal Council today has gazetted Tororo Rock as a tourism destination. So Bank of Uganda, you can pick it up from there, join hands with us, and we make it a reality. Because it's already gazetted, it's one of the tourist destinations. If you had time, we have a hike. You can even go and hike there. So with those few things said, I would say I take the honor still to have the town hall interaction closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. Governor, in this town hall meeting, we are joined by the CEO of the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services, Ms. Goret Masade, seated over there. I said I had two more announcements. One is that the governor has graciously given a modest transport refund to the leaders who were extended two invitations. So John Awaiswa will be coordinating that. Just to those who were invited to this function, there is a modest transport refund. Two will take a group photo just inside the hall, shortly after the anthems. Nakasi will be coordinating that and directing those who will feature in that photo. So when that time comes, Nakasi will advise accordingly. And then lastly, the governor again has given lunch to all of us who are here today. Bank of Uganda team will guide you and advise you on where you can go and serve lunch. But as soon as we finish the photo, let us allow the governor and the team to first exit, then the rest of us can exit thereafter. Thank you so much. Let me now invite Father Timothy Mayamba Masata to come and lead us in a closing prayer, after which we will sing the anthems. Father, please kindly come forward and commit us to the Lord as we close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. And thank you very much for coming to the end of the workshop. Reverend Melchizedek, at the beginning of this workshop, implored him to be present with us in our discussions. And I have the pleasure, together with you, to express our gratitude to him. I am Reverend Father Timothy Mayamba Masava, not Masata, but Masava. Thank you so much. So can we put ourselves in a state of prayer, please? Heavenly Father, in Matthew chapter 25, verse 14 to 30, you teach us of a man who, having received a talent, went and dug a hole and hid his master's money in a little hole, unable to make a profit for his master, possibly because he did not know what to do. Banks help us to understand the way of progress. Banks help us to understand the need for each other, for we cannot walk alone on the road to progress as human beings. In this workshop, helped by the Bank of Uganda, and in a beautiful and calm day you have given to us, we have indeed been able to learn, to be advised, to be instructed in the factors that are key to the effective financial management and financial stability in our banking institutions. This is the key to the economic development of our country and sustainable growth of our local communities. Heavenly Father, all that begins well in you ends well in you. We therefore wish to thank you for your presence. As we now close this workshop, we do implore you to grant us the necessary graces to accompany us in the implementation of what we have discussed. A meal has been prepared for us, and we are thankful to Bank of Uganda. We ask for your blessing upon this meal. May it build our relationships, and may it nourish us as we go out to implement what we have discussed. And may the blessing of the Almighty God, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit come upon you and remain with you the whole day. Have a blessed day, please.
Thank you, Father Masaba, and my apologies for not getting your name right at first. Kindly stand up for the anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much, and that marks the very end of the program.